next and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Welcome to the EML Kickoff, where we have 2 days left for our group stage to finish. For some teams, today is the final chance to gather some points and lock in those top 4 positions. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today. And in the studio, as always, we have Alfama and Fresh. Guys, there's a lot on the schedule today. We even have the match that usually is the top 2 match inside of EML, Falcons versus Secret. Jack, do you feel like this match feels any different now after all this happening with the roster shenanigans?
Yeah, I think it does. There's always a little bit more when you have people playing up against old teams and rivalries, and you know, there's just that little bit of added spice in these games today.
And at the same time, you keep wondering, I think, maybe is Secret still the top 3 teams in the EML? Is it still a Classico? Is it still gonna hype up or live up to the expectation? Or is it gonna be like a full-on battered moment? I don't know. But that's my expectation, is we actually answer the question today with that match.
Yes, I'm excited for that. It's going to be our second game of the day. But before we do get to that, I kind of want to remind everybody of what is at stake here, right? We talk about this group phase all the time. We talk about like, oh, you want to make sure that you finish top 4 out of group or the 5 in that group. I want to take a look at group A and kind of see what this means for us, right? What does it mean finishing in what kind of position? We see that the top 3 are currently locked in, Jack, but what does it mean, or what kind of advantage do you get when you finish in a certain position in the group?
Yeah, exactly. We've been doing a lot of talking about getting through into the group and finishing in the top 4 to make sure you're in the playoff bracket to qualify to the Salt Lake City Major. But actually, the placements are very, very important. If you finish in first place, you will receive a bye and therefore get a better chance to qualify for the Salt Lake City Major. If you finish in second and third place, you will start your journey in the bracket in the upper bracket. Whereas if you finish in 4th place, which is currently where shifters are nestled, you will start in the lower bracket, which means you only get 1 life. You have to win every game in the bracket to therefore get to the Salt Lake City Major.
Now, if you guys want to know what it means, let's take a look at the bracket and actually see, depending on your placement in the group, where are you going to end up. So the first thing is, imagine you win Group A. You're going to land up in match 5, you win Group B, you're going to end up in match 6. What that means for you is, if you win one of those matches, you're directly qualified to Salt Lake City Major. That's 1 BO3 to win. But let's just assume that you lose. For any reason, you're going to end up in match 8 or match 9. And that means that you get a second chance at winning 1 more BO3 to make it to the Salt Lake City Major. Basically, topping your group means that you get 2 chances at the Salt Lake City Major, and those will be only winning 1 BO3. If you're in the second and third seeds, that means that you're going to start all the way in the upper bracket in match 1 and match 2. So basically, you have your life, and you need to win 2 games to make it to the Salt Lake City Major. And if you start all the way in the lower bracket, obviously it's a little bit of an issue because you cannot lose a single match. You have to win match 3 or match 4, and then win match 8 or match 9. That means that in the end, you really want to make sure you're top 3 of the group.
And especially against those teams that'll be dropping down from that upper bracket. If you end up in the lower bracket, it's going to be really rough and you need to beat really good opponents to make sure you still secure that ticket to the Salt Lake City Major. That is kind of the playoff brackets that we'll be diving into later once the group stage is done. As we said, we still have 2 more days left in that. So let's take a look at the schedule then and see what best of 4s, or best of 1s, sorry, 4 best of 1s we have for ourselves today. That would be kind of crazy because when you draw when you have a 2-2. So that would be a very silly situation. I'm glad we don't do that here. It is an off day for Fnatic and GK. They will be playing today. And for Heretics and Twisted Minds, Leo, it is their final time or final chance really to get some points on the board.
Yeah, it is, and it means there's a lot of pressure on these guys, obviously, with GK and Fnatic being top of their group right now, GK having stolen points away from a lot of teams. That means that these two are basically giving opportunities to the rest of the teams today to mark some points and make it all the way through. And like we said, kind of guarantee the upper bracket here, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm looking at this schedule, Leo, and I'm looking at game 2. I'm looking at Falcons against Secret, and I'm thinking I cannot wait for that one. The return of Doom going up against his old team. He's going to really want to stick the knife in. He's going to really want to prove, and so are they. They're going to want to prove that even though they've lost a player, they can still thrive in their current system as well. So I think for both of these teams, yes, of course, we've mentioned it. They're big hitters in this league, but there's also that little bit extra.
It's that match, but also for the third one as well. Blast going up against his former organization. I feel like with these matches, we're seeing that a lot right after these roster shenanigans that we saw in the transfer window. Players only playing up against their former organizations. That one is going to be on the personal level for sure, but that'll be match 2 and 3 for today. For the first match of the day, we're jumping into Group B, and I would like to just take one look at Group B to kind of show where we find ourselves with this matchup, because we have Twisted Minds going up against Rebels, currently 3rd and 4th. But this is Twisted Minds' last game. Rebels play against Secret tomorrow. So these last matches are kind of the big brawl between the bottom 3 inside of Group B. The importance and the pressure is on for these players here, especially with Twisted Minds. We talked about it. It is their last game. And as we have seen a few things from Twisted Minds so far inside the kickoff, I kind of want to take a look at their stats check, because we talk about this team being a really, well, aggressive, fluid team, but the stats don't really represent that.
Yeah, exactly. I think Twisted Minds, they've got a very clear identity. They will use their prowess, they will use their gun skill, and they will play exclusively for that. We don't necessarily see the most traditional Siege. It's very high risk, high reward gameplay. Now, I think the one thing that these stats show is that this gameplay so far inside of EML has not been the most effective. Twisted Minds and a team that you would expect is high gunplay team, you would expect them to be good on the opening kills. In fact, 40%, not particularly hot. They're actually losing more opening engagements than they're winning. Even when they win them, they're quite low down in the conversion ratings at only a 69% in terms of converting that into a round win. The attack win rate is pretty poor. And then the biggest kicker for me is the team KD. For a team that likes to play on gun skill, that likes to play these aggressive rounds, the fact that as a collective, the team is negative in terms of KD, that's a real issue for them, Leo.
Yeah, it might be early to call, but I'm just wondering, after 3 VO1s that we've seen from these guys, if maybe the fact that they were in the MENA region and they could go unpunished being that aggressive and chaotic, it has changed things now that they're in EML, where teams maybe have a bit more experience, they maybe are a little bit more disciplined as well, they know how to punish the aggression better. Also the fact that Solid Snake is in the meta, which can help, you know, with Deimos, with Lion, with the KIB, suppress the aggression and make you less predictable. Those are all the things that maybe are impacting the playstyle of Twisted Minds right now. They need to understand how to reinvent themselves. It's good to be unpredictable. It's also good to have other ways of playing the game.
Time is running out. Today is our final time to really show themselves and secure that top position inside Group B. I want to take a look at their opponents as well, because for Rebels, we've only seen them for a few matches inside the EML, right? That newly promoted team to the EML after they won Challenger Series. And now looking at this roster here and kind of, you know, what are we seeing so far inside the EML? I feel like we haven't really seen enough yet from this roster. In fact, you know, you're looking at these rookies on the team, Leo, and we kind of want these rookie players on that roster to step up a little bit more inside the EML.
Yeah, we've not seen enough in both ways, right? We've not seen enough because we've seen less than 20 rounds with this roster, because they had played 2 matches, but in the end it was a 7-1 and a 7-2. One was a victory, one was a loss. And on the other end, we've not seen enough from the players, the younger ones. Because if I look at this roster and the statistics, I look at Asa and I look at LMs, I look at the guys that have the most tier 1 experience, and they're carrying the weight right now. You know, Asa has the worst role on the team, and despite that, he still has positive KD. LMs is the oldest one, he's 30 years old, and yes, he's the one driving the ones with the EPS. I look at this and I'm like, Jack, they're missing something. They're missing an entry line that actually is carrying the weight here. The fragging power seems to not be there.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it is important. That big caveat that you had is that they have only played 2 best of ones, and it's a relatively small sample size. We know Alems can do it in this league. He's clearly, in the past he's won a major. Asa's had a decent amount of experience now. So this is the experienced players on this roster. But for those young French players, you want to see somebody really step up and take the mantle. We've seen rookies, you know, do well into this league. Rexton at GK, as an example. You know, you got Rorik over at VP. Rookies are able to compete at this league. We've not yet seen it from the side of Rebels. So if they want a chance, because there's still all to play for in Group B, they could finish 5th, they could finish 1st. If they want a chance at, you know, hitting that upper bracket and really having a fairy tale run, then it needs to be the rookies that make that step up.
Yeah, I feel like that really comes down to teams maybe not performing the way we were expecting to, right? You know, you look at a Team Secret finishing second at the Six Invitational, roster implodes, and all of a sudden they find themselves at the bottom of the scoreboard. But that also leads for opportunities for these teams, right? For these rookie teams, these younger teams to come in and kind of steal those spots from teams that we really thought were going to make it through. Another thing is, we mentioned we haven't really seen a lot from the likes of Rebels, right? In fact, we've only seen border from them when it comes to the map. So looking at the map veto, I want to see, you know, can they potentially pull in another border? Can they sneak that one through? No, Leo, we're going to Clubhouse.
It's funny that they're not even the ones banning it. They were ready to return to it as well. It's also a map that we could have seen from Twisted Minds when we look at their playstyle. Border would be a map that suits it pretty well. Yeah. I'm not surprised to see Clubhouse. I think looking at this, it's a strong map for both teams. On the side of Rebels, they absolutely crutched on the map. They abused it during the Challenger Series to qualify to EML. They played it 3 times in the bracket, won it every single time against the top of Tier 2, against the current Heretics as well. And for the side of Twisted Minds, we've actually seen them played quite recently. It was during 6 Invitational qualifiers, and they beat Virtus Pro on it, they beat Shifters twice on it, they also beat Fnatic on it in a VO1. So they've had experience playing against the top of EML there, and they won every single time. In fact, they only lost it to Project Zero back in the days. So I'm looking at a very strong map for both of these rosters.
Yeah, I think when both teams are kind of in the predicament they're in, this is a game that they will be targeting and that they will be focusing on getting a clean 3-point victory in the context of the group, in the context of the group standings. The one thing that you do in the map veto is make sure you get yourself onto a comfortable map. I think for Rebels, it's going to be important that they're compact, that they play together, that they're ready for the Twisted Minds playstyle, because yes, it hasn't been particularly effective inside of the games Twisted Minds have played so far. However, that doesn't mean it's not annoying to play against. That doesn't mean it can't exploit you if you're not on your game. So I think for Rebels, stay close together, especially when they're on their attacks. I know they'll start in defense, but especially when they're on their attacks, make sure they're droning the full map. You know, Hasham likes to lie in corners and lurk around in places that you don't particularly expect. So make sure you go through your process fully. And I think for Twisted Minds, really try and capitalize maybe on the fact that these rookies will be a little bit nervous. Try and get in their face. Try and stop them really from settling into the game.
Ooh, well, it kind of shows what we've been seeing from Twisted Minds so far, right? I was wondering how that really works on a map like Clubhouse. Maybe not the most aggressive maps out there, but more like a default. You know, have your checklist on the map ready. But before we get into this matchup, I kind of want to take one more look at Group B and the current placements of our teams. As I earlier said, it's kind of a big brawl between the bottom 3 teams inside of Group B, and really talk about the implications of winning certain matchup in this one here, right? We've got Rebels, Twisted Minds. They can overtake one another. They can merge themselves with Falcons among like the top 6 or like the 6 points at the top here. And that could potentially mean going into a upper bracket, or at least having a good position in that upper bracket, Leo.
Yeah, basically previous results make this game super interesting because you've got Falcons all the way dominating everything. They're almost locked in top 1. Realistically, I just don't see them not topping their group.
I agree.
But what that adds is a lot of pressure jack on everyone else, because on one side, you've got Rebels. They beat Geeky. You've got Geeky, who then have been able to beat Twisted Minds. You've got Twisted Minds, who have been able to beat Secret. So I look at this, and it's an infinite circle of all 4 other teams able to beat each other. And that creates a lot of pressure, because in terms of points, they're really close to each other.
Yeah, and it's important to note, actually, looking at this group standings, particularly for Twisted Minds, who have already played 3 games, this is their final game. Should they lose this in regulation, they would be literally preying on Secret's downfall to even break through into the bracket, and even then it would be lower bracket. So actually there's a lot of pressure on the side of Twisted Minds in particular. I think for Rebels, they do manage to go on, and they do manage to play tomorrow as well. But you know, context, whoever wins this is going to set themselves up nicely for the upper bracket. Whoever loses this is really going to be scrapping out for the lower bracket.
It's also crazy that we have 3 confirmed teams to at least make it through inside of Group A, and Group B is still all to play for when we're looking at that. I feel like we've already spoken a little bit about rookies or players that we want to see step up over on the side of Rebels. I kind of want to do the same for Twisted Minds, right? We have our harder hitters on that roster, players that we expect to really be making the difference today, Jack.
Yeah, I think, obviously, I think a player that comes to mind particularly is Hasham when you're talking about Twisted Minds. I think the guy on your screen there, it's like he's just heard me, knows that he needs to wake up, knows that he really needs to have a big game. We've seen him have huge games at majors. He's got such a difficult playstyle on an individual basis to play against, and I think, you know, he's not having a bad stage at all. You know, 97 on the EPS scoreline. He's more or less average across the average player rating, but for a player that we've seen really dominate games at S-tier events, that shouldn't be good enough. So I want to see him step up.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get a Hasham vlog there for a second, the way he was picking up his camera. But hey, you can't be going out there vlogging. You have a game to play. And in fact, it is ready. So we'll send it to Dev and Pengu for the first match of the day.
Thank you very much. And look, Pengu, it's been a little while since you and I have been fortunate enough to rejoin EML. And I don't know about you, but I'm feeling like we're back, baby. I'm feeling like it's time to get into some EML. And what better way to do it, Pengu, than casting the only M team in the league. It's the only MENA representative we have, Twisted Minds. And like the Death said, these guys are fighting for survival.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams are now being pretty new to the scene, right? Rebels coming from Tier 2, Twisted Minds that actually played in Tier 1 once upon a time back in the GK organization, then fighting in Tier 2 for a while, and now back into Tier 1. It's an exciting matchup. Twisted Minds getting the social prediction vote right here, 63 to 37. Honestly, I wouldn't count Rebels out just yet because we're going to Clubhouse. I think that's gonna bode better for Rebels than Twisted Minds.
You're damn right. There's a lot riding on the back of this game. Both teams here have only a single win so far, and as Twisted Minds finish off their group stage after this match, they won't have any additional opportunities to gain points and rocket forward into the playoffs. We're gonna have to say goodbye to one team, Pengu, after the next play day, and it may well be either Twisted Minds or Rebels. Whoever wins this match certainly makes a strong case for them staying in the bracket. So let's see what we can cook up on Clubhouse as the bans have just flown past us.
So James, you and I, we spoke a little bit about the operative and expectations, right? Now I was really thinking to myself, if you're Twisted Minds and you like to be an aggressive team, you get in the face of your opponent, what are some of the smartest bans you can do when you're on the attacking side towards the defenders? And we're thinking, you know, Electro Bros, Kaid Bandits, they can open up the walls easier. We're thinking the Mira, the Clash, because taking gunfights becomes also much more simple. And it's gone for a bit of a mixture. There's been both a Kaid ban I saw and a Mira ban, so they're kind of targeting two different things at the same time, kind of leaving, you know, less things open to be utilized against them. Because if you're Team Rebels, you're gonna try and stop the aggression. And how do you do that? Like I mentioned, the Mira, the Clash is excellent on the defensive side, so it makes perfect sense of TM, Twisted Minds to take out one of those two.
Yeah, but we're going to go down to the basement first up. And the big one for me on the attacking side bans, obviously Grim, just not getting much love recently. Grim has been like the most banned operator.
Isn't that getting a lot of love technically because everyone's like looking at it and clicking on it? You know, it was like, oh, get it gone first, get it gone first. That's love right there.
Yeah, sure. Next time you get banned from participating in a tournament, tell me that you're feeling it.
Fair. Point taken.
I feel like, to me, Monty is the one where I'm like, oh, obviously, great operator, as a well-rounded one, especially for newer or less confident teams to brute force, gain information, and really slow the pace down, but just a smart ban in general. However, of course, Dove is going to jump on the blitz, so we're not going to be without any shields at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? If you're Twisted Minds, you have to go fast in the building, like the Random Booker into the main stairs right now, taking my first gunfight. Exchange of bullets. Martel very low on health, but stays alive. The Blitz is excellent for the fast clears, as is Deimos, as is Dokkaebi, right? These are the pacey operators. Twisted Minds here for the very first round, they don't actually have a ton of what we'll call like execute operators. They only really have the Lion. The first shot spent on that main stairs fight that happened, pretty good uses of it. But late round, when they go for a bomb set execute, we're not going to see operators like the Ying, like the Capitao. And playing the Blitz, honestly, when you get to that bomb site or the crossfires, can be quite tricky. So it really comes down to Twisted Minds finding the opening kill, either shortly before they execute or right when they start attacking. Because if they lose numbers early, they don't have a lot of good gadgets to, you know, win back a losing battle.
Yeah, and there are no VODs from either of these teams playing Clubhouse in Kickoff so far, which means a lot of this just comes down to doing your due diligence, doing the rounds, and figuring out what the setup is. Now, Hasham's really getting to work on the vert, making sure that anyone playing inside of Arsenal Deep will get very exposed, and I think Marto's taken a lot of damage in doing so at the moment. Very low HP. I like the pre-rip C4 from Alems. This is an oldie, but a classic, and this could really put Dovahkiin down.
Yeah.
If he gets a little bit too aggressive.
He's been really good though. The thing about playing the Blitz, like I said, the crossfires are difficult. Staying alive and just keeping your health bar at 100% is going to be vital. He's fighting against the Thorn Trap, the Toxic Babes, and of course the Defender Mine's nearsightedness. But they find the pick, Lingo goes down. Now they can execute. Smoke, grenades out, and drop down that hatch to see what they can make happen.
Yeah, couldn't be much better a player to go down here for Twisted Minds, but Dovahkiin is in the smoke, getting gassed up. Thankfully manages to dodge it, but a lot of damage done here to the Twisted Minds players by Rebels. They do their best to hold on, but Twisted Minds have well and truly made their way into the side. They're carving a new one for Rebels, and it's just Asta left, like you say, Penguin. He's locked in dirt, and there's not much for him to do. J-Lad's got the vendetta and can quickly put him down. What a phenomenal opening round from Twisted Minds.
And honestly, it comes back to the very first gunfight on main stairs. Marto being 1 HP on the Finver means that he can take a lot of gunfights. In fact, he'll die to anybody breathing on him. And then secondly, they found Linko on the Asami right before execute. This means they're essentially attacking in like a 5 versus 3 scenario, more or less. And then on top of that, you had Asta on smoke, stuck in dirt tunnel. So that attack is essentially 4 attackers fighting 2 defenders, and that 3rd defender stuck in dirt tunnel, unable to help his teammates. That is how it's so successful. And I mean, we saw J-Lad get like, quote-unquote, unnecessarily aggressive. He wanted to get the kill into Asta during the execute. He could have just sat back, waited, held the dirt door, and just say, you know what, I'm trading 1 for 1. I might be stuck in AKs, but I'm keeping the smoke stock in dirt tunnel. But they want to go for those kills. That's the Twisted Minds mentality. It's their playstyle. And Rebels, I mean, either got caught off guard or just simply overstepped an angle and got, you know, caught without realizing where that angle was. Because I'm not sure how Linko died, but he died too early.
5 seconds to go.
I can only assume he was maybe peeking the hatch or trying to get aggressive, maybe trying to add a Kiba barrier somewhere. Of course, he was, you know, being the Azami, he's more likely to try and counter-aggress in that mid-round. But Rebels do have to be careful not to let this game run away from them on the defensive side. It's not going to get any easier when they switch to the attack. The Blitz being re-picked here as well for Twisted Minds, so they're going to get up in Rebels' faces. I like the fact that Rebels, despite losing that round pretty convincingly, still confident enough to go for some spawn peeks around the map.
You got it, right? It's not a mental battle. If you still, guys, I'm feeling a spawn peek. Can I go for it? If you're a Limsh, you go, hell yeah, buddy, go for it, right? And just like keep that mentality of confidence up. Keep your players feeling like they can do whatever they want to do in the server. If you find the pick, hallelujah. If you don't, it's just a regular 5v5. Now, Dove was instrumental on the Blitz last round. One C4 just tossed on that breach, maybe expecting a bit of a rush when the thermal charge popped, but there's nobody home. Linko, who died first last round, gets the first pick this time around onto P9. Taking away the IQ with the Valcams on the board here could just mean that Twisted Minds walks into, you know, an information area, Rebels, and that's where we can see that final C4 maybe get a kill.
Yeah. Great redemption here for Linko. He's just going to continue to delay as much time as he can, but I don't think he realized that that Kiba barrier did not fully cover off that position. He'll be down, and I think Trix knows about it. Should be an easy finish off before too long. Can't quite find the angle, but I mean, as long as the pressure's alleviated, that's all that really matters. It's essentially back into a 4v4.
I like this more methodical and slow approach in Twisted Minds, not wanting to risk everything by going too quickly and dying. I believe they have now seen a Linko has been injured. If not, then yeah, I believe they know. They also saw the Valcam, so they shot that down. There we go, they confirmed the kill. But timer is taking kind of low for my liking here. 60 seconds. We gotta see Dove now on the Blitz kind of step into action, take control quickly of connector and an office, or go for window play. But that's where we see the Goyo fires on that bomb side. That can be deadly, and still that C4 in the pocket of a Limsh and Warden. So I'm not sure if this is gonna be the safest play, but high risk, high reward.
Yeah, and look, there's another Goyo canister as well on that door from construction deep into the bomb site. Oh, wow, that's an aggressive peek from Fenno. And Trix will go down. That's a lot of pressure alleviated. Very risky play from the Blitz to go for the aim down sights. Twisted Minds looks to go deep and finds very little as a result. A great reply from Rebels to even the score 1 round apiece.
The fire and the smoke during that bomb set execute. I mean, you saw what happened, right? You push into master door, you take about half your health just trying to get past the fire. You jump in master window, there's a huge sound queue, you're stuck in the animation. It is just a really tough way to get inside the bomb site. And this is kind of where a shield operator can be a little bit baiting. Not in terms of like you're making your teammates do the wrong thing, but thinking, guys, we can just jump in. It's completely safe. Yeah, for the blitz, it's pretty goddamn safe, but for the rest of the squad, not as much. A lot of teams when they play that shield operator, they like to go into connector, take office control, and then get a bit more of that pressure around the bomb site, and then start working the site itself. But given that Twisted Minds were so low on time, they kind of skipped one of those steps and said, hey, let's cut a corner somewhere and just be the better players. But they lost the gunfight on Jacuzzi Breach, they lost the bomb site on Master Door and Master Window, and with that, they just don't have any real foothold in the map anymore. They lose the round. Rebels back to basement, looking to get more success, and this time, much more roaming presence. The Skull Post, of course, we can see back towards the bomb site, who can now also punch open hatches and make rotation holes like a Rooney, and Oryx. The greatest shield counter of all time, reinforcing strip. Okay.
Can I just, you know, you're in for a good clubhouse roam when you're reinforcing external strip. Like, man, it's been a long time since people have regularly looked to reinforce that. Is that an excellence charm? Wow.
Yeah.
What a throwback. What year was that? 2018?
Look at that. EX, it's excellence gaming, surely, right?
That was Fox's old team way back in the day.
That's crazy.
A nice early pick from Linko, and is likely going to detonate the Goyo as well. Wow, so this is a very big pick to come out early. I mean, Tricks going down your Hibana. You do have some tin can openers on Deimos, but it's not great. Wow, what an aggressive shot from Alems. Hasham got peeked, and this round is kind of down the toilet for Twisted Minds.
Maybe not just yet, James. Jada, but a great pick. Takes down one of those pesky roamers. I like that Marto is sticking on the roam right now with the Scobos because they might think they got 2 picks, they got the Heartbreach and the Ram, they're gonna fall back towards the bomb site, right? Well, Scobos doesn't have to. You can stick around for quote-unquote too long and overstay your welcome, and then TP back. Just gonna seek out one gunfight, see what happens, then fall back. The sound cue leads him astray, takes a bunch of damage, and now he can TP away and just survive.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that, back in church as well. The Deathmark tries to come out as well, yeah. Back onto full HP, he's still got his impacts. This is perfect. A dream for Rebels. Except for the fact that Linko died. And look, Twisted Minds do have to go and deal with that Scopos shell, otherwise it is a potential late round flank. It's also just information constantly for Linko, who's still alive. I don't mind this though. Dovakin going in with the blitz, sees the shell, and that's dealt with. So now Twisted Minds can focus up, but only one tin can opener left. They have to make a decision about where to use this last bit of hard breach utility from JLad.
I mean, this plan C is not going to be a usual drop cover plan. You got to either go for kills, go fishing, or just hit a 3-2-1, and the backstab has to get a kill, or the front side has to get a kill, because they're playing from the numbers down, go your fire, but they find that pick. That's huge. And a second.
This is massive. What is going on? Alems, how are you exposing yourself to the hash? That's going to cost you. Rebels need Fenner to go big. He's found one. P9 goes down. Now it's just Dovakin looking to plant, and JLad needs to try and protect. Asa tries to take that. Fight against JLad, but he makes it a 3K. All up to Fenno now. Now he can try to 1v1 the Blitz. He is the Oryx.
What?
Oh, finds the headshot onto the Blitz. Down into the 1v1. There's no question who's in the advantage now. Yeah, but Fenno's going to get tracked. He runs onto the mute jammer to stay undetected. Now he has to decide, is he trying to get aggressive or is he trying to bait this out? He's going to go for the bait, but the verticality of the Vendetta here is perfect. Fenno's baited off of it. 15 seconds, there's no time to go for an aggressive play. He'll jump up the hatch. JLad looks to run away, and now there are no second chances for Fenno. He's gonna have to commit to it. JLad has baited him out again and found the kill to boot. Massive round from JLad, and Twisted Minds find a second attack down onto the basement.
That is the most unwinnable post plan as a defender, right? It's the verticality, they can run outside the building, etc. What a good attempt though from Fenno. Getting the blitz nice and clean, baiting it up, jumping up the hatch, going for the pre-fire. He did everything right to try and win what was an impossible round, and it gets oh so damn close. Oh my. That's with the 2 Deimos trackers as well, right? So well played, running in towards church, looking for the jammer, denies the first one, sprints right back into action. I mean, there's so much foresight happening in the 1v1, understanding the different win conditions. But Twisted Minds, I mean, big praise to them. They found those picks out of thin air. It was just baiting a bit of pressure on the motor door and church triple breach. That gets 1 kill. Then the defenders, they have to turn their attention. Oh, there's a gap behind us. When they do so, they then get a little bit careless. They exposed their back to the kitchen hatch, where another attacker, J-Led, was prone holding a deep angle into Church that seized the bomb chassis. That's the 2 kills. And the moment you see that happening, Dove immediately drops down the kitchen hatch and starts planting out the diffuser. It was literally just saying, guys, let's fish, and the second we find what we need, we instantly hit the full send. It's beautiful teamwork.
Yeah, it was great from Twisted Minds, but they did have to be given an opportunity to take advantage of it. And I can't help but feel that Rebels kind of gave that up a little bit. They had such a strong advantage. It was already a shame to lose the Ella Linko on the roam before falling back, especially considering the Skopos got back alive. Just so unfortunate to see a couple of picks, particularly Alems. I mean, how many years has this guy been playing the game? I think he's 30 years old. He's now, I believe, one of, if not the oldest player in Tier 1 since rejoining. And, I mean, look, he played on BDS, you know, close to their peak. How is he, you know, making such a critical mistake like that? It's a shame to see, but there's plenty of time to redeem themselves here for Rebels. Of course, they'd be gunning for a 4-2 split. 3-3 still winnable, but the stakes are high. Got to win this game. Put your best foot forward if you are to stay in Kickoff into the playoff bracket.
Yeah, the thing about Siege is there are so many details constantly happening, and you're bound to either make a mistake somewhere or get punished. And that was something that Fresh spoke about on the disc before, and is how Twisted Minds can very easily punish you with their playstyle. So you gotta be really ready for it, play close together. Speaking of punishments, there goes Veto down into the dumpster, and Linko low on health as well. It really feels like one round, it's, you know, Twisted Minds getting the first pick and getting a very early aggressive move. The next round, it's Rebels doing the same thing, because we saw Lems on the roam game going for a main window swing. Now we're back to Twisted Minds once more, getting that upper hand very quickly. 1 player dead, 2 people taking damage, and look at the utility. Capital, Blackbeard, Glass, and they get the freebie on Cow. Got a triple ADSs. The round is cooked, James. It's absolutely cooked.
It's funny, we had a 5v3 for Rebels last round and they still fumbled it. Now they've given up 2 early picks from Linko and Fenno. Twisted Minds have everything they need. Like you said, look at the util, man. They've got so many smokes, they've got frags, they've got the Blackbeard, and Blackbeard can make his... Oh, it's actually the Capital makes his way inside up the stairs. Man, what a shame to see poor Rebels picked apart so quickly, but Twisted Minds now have pretty much everything they need to get the job done.
I mean, they got everything and more. Good effort here from Malto, looking for that pick. Does a bit of damage, but doesn't find anything. There comes the last smoke from the glass.
Oh my God.
Gets the kill regardless.
Good luck, Asta. Try to survive. No, can't do so. Flawless. The Twisted Minds, they are building that momentum. They are carving up the Rebels and putting down this Insurgents. 3-1. What a lead on the attacking start of Clubhouse.
It's not just about the lead itself, it's about how they're getting there. You give them any opening or any gunfight, and they will run at you and take it. I mean, when you saw Lems flanking downstairs in Oral, or Piet, whatever you want to call it, towards like Garrett's staircase, he basically missed the bullets pre-firing J-Lad, and then he hears it straight back down the stairs, instantly takes the fight. I feel like so many players in that 5v3 will say, okay, there's a guy in pit, we know it, let's ignore him. He's useless to us, right? Let's just keep off the rafters, go towards the bomb side, work the main breach, 5v2 on the bomb side, right? No, they want those kills. So Rebels, again, playing closer together is gonna net them a better result. But that's kind of where I think Clubhouse can be a tricky map, because there's so much ground to cover. Here, you're defending gym. You got 3 windows. You got a hatch. You got jacuzzi breach, connector, master bedroom, main stairs, the CCTV extension across the map, and you got the entire floor below the bomb site. How are you supposed to play close together with everyone having a duo, but also contain the map control? It's not Border where you're naturally close together, or Chalet where you're naturally close together. It is Clubhouse. So I feel like Rebels on this map, I mean, they need the second defensive round for sure. How they get it though might just have to rely on individual heroics, because they cannot play close enough together necessarily, because they'll leave a gap somewhere.
I thought it was interesting seeing Dovahkiin on the Blackbeard last round peeking the rafters from outside the garage door. Usually, it's very dangerous for an attacker to peek that angle. They actually expose their shadow first, so as a defender, you can see before they peek. But the funny thing, because because he was the Blackbeard, the shield actually completely covered his feet. So from the defender's perspective, it looked like he wasn't going to get shot. It ended up kind of becoming a one-way angle where Dovahkiin could actually find that kill without necessarily being shot himself.
I saw Dogi do the exact same thing on yesterday's EML game. It's the meta, I guess, right now. People find those tricky angles and, I mean, very advantageous gunfights, right? Very safe ways to go for a peek. Let's see if Mark can find his first kill on the Valkyrie. Has the C4. They know about the Valcam, so they know that he's fishing for it. It's a very tough position where we see both Linko and Mato play, topper than CCTV. So many angles to worry about. The verticality beneath you, the breach getting open, Linko dies. Now Mato's in trouble.
Oh, yeah, and he's seen the Blackbeard. We know that Dovahkiin is so unafraid to peek angles like that as well. Half the round done. Rebels have lost the player and given up a lot of ground. And the concern for me is, look, man, how the hell are they going to kill Dovahkiin as the Blackbeard continues to taunt them on the side?
He's been playing such a good passive shield operator. He's not the one taking the first fight. He's actually more or less a Munty that has frag grenades. He's just giving information and kind of walking in second or first. Not with the intention of pressure or kill, but like I said, just to tell the fraggers behind him where the enemies are. But look what happens now. He just swings the door, goes to the melee, gets the kill. The 1 second Dove oversteps without somebody behind him. And also, big thing here, they didn't open up the windows to the bomb site. They're missing that pressure onto the defenders. And that's why Finno could make that aggro play on Master Door.
Yeah, I don't believe Twisted Minds have even opened the windows as of now. 40 seconds left to play. Trix is outside. Looks like the window has now been opened. A little bit extra pressure now on Rebels. We're looking to be very patient. That's perfect from Mato. And Alems as well with the shotgun. Close range against Hashom. 3v2 now for the defense. And Alems looks to get a little bit greedy. He's getting aggressive. And Mato as well, peeking down the bottom of the main stairs. Still Trix left alone. He knows exactly where the smoke is, but he won't get a chance to close the distance because he's covered off from elsewhere. A second round on the board, finally, for Rebels.
Such a well-needed round, and I think for Mato as an individual, just getting 2 kills in a round, getting some of that momentum and confidence back in the server, doing a great job locking down that main stairs flank. I mean, it's a really good read, and it comes down to, again, when you have the first defender die, you actually gain a bit of a buff that sometimes can go unnoticed. You get a permanent cam watcher, right? By losing Linko early, he's watching the bar cam, he's watching the logistics office camera, and likely could say, guys, they shut the bar cam. Or, hey, I hear audio on bar cam. Because guess what? They were expecting 2 different attackers going from below. So, small benefit there. Also, big thing is that they only lost 1 person on the roam, so it was a 4 versus 5, where you're playing a bit closer together because you're no longer roaming, of course. So only losing 1 body, not 2 on the extension, also a huge deal. Cut your losses early, don't necessarily die for the roam, because you do have a strong bomb site behind you that you can utilize.
Twisted Minds are so terrifying to fight as a defender because, like you've said, they are so quick to pounce on gunfights. They're so quick to pounce on gaps. But I do wonder, they would be even more terrifying if they had done little details like shooting the windows of bedroom and gym, because that just adds extra pressure. And you're already under so much pressure because these crazy guys are swinging you every 2 seconds. If you have suddenly every other angle to worry about as well, I think it would be even harder. The Rebels do have one last chance, Fengu. Of course, a 3-3 half here would redeem most of the issues that we've seen in the last 5 rounds.
Oh, it certainly would. The thing is, they've kind of seen this roam before. Different operators. This time it's not an Oryx and Skull post, but the same sort of positions. And if they catch the angle here on the hatch drop, there could be a freebie in kitchen. They got a permanent yellow marker. But they're thinking that they're getting baited. They're watching the spawn piece, they're watching the main staircase, thinking there's no way it's that free. So Mark can then fall back, live longer in this round. Linko exposing his locations at a blue stock. They're taking a gunfight at a bar. They gotta drone him, red ping him, then Demos track him, and send in the blitz. That's gonna force him to drop down that hatch.
Yeah, ooh. It might, unless he decides to take the fight. He's so tempted, he does eventually fall down. Unfortunately for him, he didn't bring the impact. He elected to bring barbed wire as well. He might have been able to actually take the fight against the Blitz had he had
Possible.
impacts, but I don't blame him. I mean, the way that Twisted Minds are so aggressive, you kind of want that barb. Unfortunately, he actually missed the chance to put out his second piece, and I don't think he's going to get a chance to now with Twisted Minds circling around that bomb site.
It's now or never for that second piece of barbed wire because they're getting way too close to the bomb site to try and do anything now about it. What we have is it's giving round one vibes where again there's not a ton of it's giving round one vibes where there's not a ton of utility again from Twisted Minds. So they're again a little bit more dependent on getting kills in this round, and that can be tricky. But what they've done differently is Purge Triple fully opened up, no wall denial to speak of, no impact trigger, no nothing. And this is gonna give them so much pressure. Look at that from blue stairs, from kitchen hatch, and motor door. They're now storming the side, but it's stuck on the main stairs.
This is so necessary here from Alems. He needs to make this play. He does, but he gets traded on back. Now, in the advantage again for Twisted Minds. As Rebels try and figure out how do they try and deny this plant. Good angle, though, from deep inside of blue, but Hashom is wreaking havoc. A good shot from Linku. Him and Asta together now. They deny the plant for the first time. A 2v2 forces Twisted Minds to figure out how they're going to look for a plan. What a shot! Hasham and Trix together. They guarantee a 4-2 split in favor of Twisted Minds.
That is absolutely ridiculous how they find that. That could have been so free, at least force that 1v1, but if not, I don't know. Twisted Minds, they just have this way of finding things out of nowhere, James.
Yeah, it was chaotic, it was aggressive, it was huge. It was everything that Twisted Minds have been searching for. And for Rebels, that is a devastating start to this game.
Oh, it is. It is absolutely devastating. Of course, Sideswap can change things around and make things better. But I'm curious, James, what does the desk think about this game so far? What do you have to say?
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, the last round really went back and forth so much. But in general, when we look at this first half, we talked a lot about the lack of discipline on the side of Twisted Minds. But Leo, it kind of feels like it's hurting Rebels more in this first half.
Yeah, I can see they're trying to be a little bit more aggressive. They're trying to not give that much space like they did against Falcons, right? They're not respecting them too much. It's good to be challenging, but the problem is whenever they are getting aggressive, first and foremost, P9 has got 4 entry kills right now. But whenever they get the man advantage, they can't even hold it. If you look at that basement round, and we go and look back at what JLad has achieved there, they get a 5v3 advantage. They get aggressive. There's no way where Twisted Minds should be able to win this. JLad gets aggressive, he wins the gunfight onto the blue player. After that, he got another double kill, and then he plays the vert perfectly well. That's way too many kills that they got from nothing. And that is a huge issue, because if you're trying to get aggressive, that's fine. You take a 50-50 gamble. But even if you win the opening kill, and after that, you give that man advantage away, that's just too much. It's not so much a problem of respecting their opponent's track, it's a problem of maintaining the man advantage.
Yeah, I think so. But I think it's also important to give Twisted Minds the kudos that they deserve as well. I think, you know, we talk about their style, and it is very unique. You know, they didn't really play any breaches kind of whatsoever. You know, we saw a lot of Hibana and only 1 round of Ace from Twisted Minds. They obviously use the diffuser more as a threat inside of sight than an actual plant mechanic, and then play for the late round, play for the kills. And I think Twisted Minds, for a team that we highlighted, really did struggle with their attack half. Coming out 4-2, kicking on into the defense, going into their strong half, that's a really, really good half of Siege from them.
It is dangerous now with Twisted Minds on the defense. The second half starts now. We can bring it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Anne. Wow. Yeah. What a lovely treat that we get to hear from those three during the little break. I know the shows that we've been doing so far, Pengu, we haven't actually had a chance to hear from the analysts at halftime. I quite like it.
Well, one could argue that we were the analysts during that, actually. But you're correct.
Didn't we usually just throw to some absolute bops, some tunes?
Some bops, some headbangers, because we just play an audio tune and then player cams, no talking, just to get a little break in the mid-game, because it's a long day otherwise. But no, you're right. It's nice to get the insight halfway through. It almost is even the same kind of feeling of when we have certain events like SIs, we get the coach listen-ins during technical timeouts. You get that extra layer of insight from someone who's been closely watching the game, either of course an analyst or as a coach, which I love to hear about. Also, very good points there from Leo, saying stuff like they're not respecting it enough. I mean, most notably on the basement round, you get the 5v3, it's completely over, right? And we said it too, that this round, it has no legs anymore. But then you find a way to throw it. it really just goes to show that at the highest level of the game,
5 seconds remaining.
it's never really truly over. If you give your opponents just a small way to get back into it and they exploit that small gap, they will make that round theirs.
Yes, indeed. But look at this. Aggression from Harsham. He's tempted to go for a spawn pick. If I'm Rebels, I'm going to be ultra cautious because you just know how these Twisted Minds guys like to play.
Cover me.
But it's funny to see. I mean, Rebels are kind of just fighting fire with fire in terms of lineup. You've got very much the same story. A lot of Deimos, which Twisted Minds use very well. The Blitz is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Love the Sledge as well. Underrated pick
Shoddy?
these days. Is it?
Oh, no,
Shoddy?
no, he doesn't know Shoddy. Sorry. It's just whenever I see the Reaper, my brain always goes, Reaper secondary, Shotgun primary, but he does have the 85.
I mean, what's funny is like you can run the Reaper secondary, but you can still run the automatic primary as well.
But
Like, you know, you can see the Reaper. Yeah, I mean, maybe you should. Oh, very early pick. Where'd Feno die? This is an aggressive play. I mean, the Sledge went in at the same time, I assume, as the Blitz. Oh, no, that was a peek outside. That's just classic, isn't it? Very nice from, I think it was Trix found that one.
Let's have a look.
And back they go.
Oh, no, sorry, J-Lad, rather.
Tracker on.
This is where, again, you play for the opening pick and you immediately just surrender the roam game because you got what you wanted. A roam game, it has kind of 3 objectives, right? Maybe 4 if you want to stretch it. Getting a kill, successful, right? Stalling enough time on the clock, also makes it successful. Killing a ton of different drones, means the attackers now have no information for the bomb side. Or if you burn enough utility, let's say you're roaming and they use like 3 flashbangs and 2 frag grenades and the caps of fire, you're happy just running away with your life intact because they burned all this valuable utility to do so. So if you get one of those 4 criteria, you say, guys, surrender the room, fall back. The kill was that sign. They have given up everything to Rebels and they're saying, we're gonna test you. This is your exam. If you can execute 4 versus 5 and be successful, you deserve this round. But we're gonna give you the entire map to do it, and we're gonna make it look like fools if you fail to do it correctly.
Yeah. It's the 5th opening kill for Twisted Minds, by the way, out of the 7 rounds we've played so far. So they are really dominating this early game. And the fact that they have avoided it being traded back is huge. Great Nitro Cell, look at that damage. A Blitz with less than 10 HP is basically a dead man walking.
Yamato didn't crouch at the end there, so his feet was tanking more of the damage than necessary. If you crouch the Blitz, he might have 20 health more than he currently has. Not a huge difference maker, but he will die to anything. Even an impact grenade tossed in his direction is gonna finish the job. And they do have 2 spare impacts, one on Trix and one on P9.
Oh. J-Lad's also found one up close and personal with the shotgun. I don't know how Rebels are getting exposed. They need to make sure that they're timing this together, but the Goyo fire will keep them at bay. Linko is on the floor. A retake from J-Lad up the main stairs. Mato and Alems are both so low on HP. They're separated, and Mato has no idea what to do about it. The timer will be the winner for Twisted Minds. 5 rounds to 2, and Rebels sadly just cannot get their heads in the game.
No, they can't. I mean, it just starts off kind of rough, right? They lose opening pick, the Blitz is 1 HP, and then we never saw the execute. We never saw the attack happen. It was a matter of like they retook the main stairs, they retook short, like bottom main, and they just found kill after kill after kill. I truly think that if you're Rebels right now, from like a mental perspective, the way you play this out, the round will be won or lost off the opening kill. In like the most simple of way. If you get the opening pick, you play 5 versus 4 on the attacking side, you now have a realistic chance at winning. However, if you lose the opening pick without gaining a significant lead somewhere else, like, I don't know, they spend all their C4s trying to get it or something like that, you probably just don't have much of a chance unless you make a clutch happen. And Rebels, when I look at their gameplay, they're not giving me clutch vibe, and that's not a bad thing to be missing, because clutching also happens when everything else fails. It's that kind of like star potential fragger moment where, oh my god, backs against the wall, you know, 2 versus 5, but they can still win. That's not Rebels. They play together. They play fundamentals. They play the strats. They play the executes. They play the step 1, 2, 3. A bit more old school in a way, if you will, the way that I see it at least. They need to have the players alive to do that playstyle. So it makes perfect sense to me as Twisted Minds by disrupting that by playing so aggro.
It's true. I mean, obviously, Twisted Minds ending up a lot of these rounds 5v4, 5v3, 4v2. Obvious advantages. But even if it were 3v3, 2v2, you're right. Twisted Minds are still going to be advantaged because of the playstyle of Rebels needing more players alive to execute their plan. But for Rebels, if we take a step back, we think holistically about how much they need this win. There are 2 results so far. It's only their 3rd game. They do have another match after this game, which is going to be against Team Secret, which will be a tough one, I think. Obviously, Team Secret really struggling at the moment, so they will be so fiery and need a big win over Rebels. But Rebels beat GK 7-2 and then lost to Falcons 7-1. If this is another 7-2, another very dominant scoreline, I can't help but feel like Rebels will have a lack of confidence that they'll need to take into their next game against Secret.
Also a question of map pool. They played Border twice, 1 big win, 1 big loss. Now Clubhouse is not looking too hot. What did Fresh say 20 minutes ago? Hashem will be in some corner, prone on the ground and getting a kill. You gotta drone every inch of the map. What did Rebels not do? They did not drone every inch of the map. Thankfully, Limbs was there though, and he traded back 1-1. But this goes to show us, Rebels, again, not fully understanding the Twisted Minds playstyle, cutting a few corners and then getting punished for it.
Yeah. Man, at this point, just play the Dokkaebi. Like, be done with it. Abuse her while she's still OP. See what you can do about it. I would say even more than the Deimos, a Dokkaebi would be useful. Dokkaebi line. Just get it all. Get it all in there because J-Lad's going to keep on swinging. He's got 11 kills. Woo! He's finally put down to rest. Long angle from Marzo. But Rebels are struggling to convert. Look at this.
Yeah.
Even amidst all of the chaos, they're getting more aggressive. And Trick swings the door to Super Shorty. It is untouchable for Twisted Minds tonight. 6 rounds. And with that, Pengu, they found match point over Rebels.
When your mind is telling you no, but your body is telling you yes, they swing. They could just hold the crossfire from Carrot Rafters, top red, mid bomb side, use the Shanka fire, plant the Nal galore. There's no way to win as an attacker. But no, James. The body wants to move, so it moves.
They got ants in their pants.
They got ants in their pants.
I don't know. They're playing hot potato. They can't stop. But I will say, you know, it's obviously some people watch these really aggressive teams and think, oh, they don't know what they're doing. They're just running. No. This is strategic. This is tactical.
They
tactical timed aggression. They do it together. Even that last round, I don't know if you noticed, but it was very chaotic. About 3 people had died in about 10 seconds. Azami puts a Kiba barrier on the door to Cash from Connector. Because the breach was already open, there's so many angles to worry about. At the same time, the castle gets aggressive. Trix actually pushes on top of that Kiba barrier where you would never expect him to push. It's all synchronized. It's so crazy. And like, opening a breach like this, it's only good if you've actually got a gun up to peek to it. But most of the time, it's Twisted Minds that are firing back to every breach you open.
It's funny because if you go back far enough, I think it was the first gym defense from Rebels Gaming. When Twisted Minds, they thermited open the exterior CCTV wall thermite, they actually pulled the C4 immediately at the breach and popped it, expecting to rush in the building. So they were expecting that aggression when Rebels were on the defensive side. But it doesn't feel like they fully expected the aggression on the coin flip. Because now they're attacking and the defenders, they're doing the illogical thing, right? They're pushing, they're fighting, they say bomb side, don't know where it is. And it's not about the usual style of siege. Again, Elemsh, you know, old school IGL, has been around the block since year 1, season 1, literally, 10-year player. But this is not like the most common way of playing the game in current history of Siege. This is very much like a Twisted Minds thing, and then very niche teams, of course, across the world. When you scrim, mostly in Europe, you probably don't see this every day. You probably don't have the most experience against this exact kind of thing. And there's
you're scrimming and your opponents are playing the way Twisted Minds are playing. You're probably being like, oh, you know, this is a waste of a scrim. Let's blacklist the team. I've heard people say things like that, right? They get so tilted that the opponents are just like playing high risk, and you think it's bad practice. But if you blacklist those scrims, then you're not going to get experience. Actually countering it on game day. I like this though.
This is
from Marzo. He's dropped down Office. And he's found a big gap on a J-Lad. That's the top fragger from Twisted Minds going down early. He just needs to make sure not to get refragged. And unfortunately for him, he does. And Twisted Minds immediately regain the numbers advantage. The rest of Rebels didn't pounce at the same time as Marzo. And now they're fighting from a HP disadvantage. Good shot though. Asa will trade as Feno went down. But now it's just up to Asa. 1v2. They know exactly where he is. He has to go And, well, he's got the diffuser. He needs to really just isolate 1v1s. And it's not going to be easy. He's got a very unfortunate task ahead of him. And he's got 4, rounds to spring together and 2 players to find.
Dove is low in health, but the freeze comes out, stalling things out for 12 seconds each. He's got flashbangs and a single extra thermal charge in pocket. This is technically winnable and technically possible. You just gotta find that isolated player. If you're on the side of Twisted Minds, you gotta play the crossfire. Make sure that when the fight happens, you're both fighting back at the exact same moment. Here comes that first swing through the wall. The problem is, he does not connect the first one, but finds the second. It's Dove and Ass in a 1v1, both on a single bullet worth of health. Who's gonna swing first? Who's gonna make
the automatic
the play?
weapon is the automatic weapon here has massive advantage here for Asa. He's also got a flashbang to work with. Dove continues to peek. He doesn't know which angle Asa is going to peek through. He continues trying to fight it, but Dove finds the shot finally and puts to bed what has been a tumultuous game for Rebellion. Twisted Minds twist their arm, they twist their knife in the back, and they finish this off 7-2, a domination over Rebels.
Yeah, they do. The way the game started was the same way the game ended. It was very much Twisted Minds in control the entire time, but James, we have more games to be played. But before we get there, a quick break.
Reloading. Cover me.
A great victory for Twisted Minds in their final game in the group stage of the EML. And the main worry now is, Jack, their spot inside the top 4. They have played their final game. They now have to wait and see what happens with everybody else around them.
Yeah, of course, but they have set themselves up for a lot of success there. They got a clean 3 points victory, and I think that's exactly what they could have wanted and targeted from this game. I think, you know, if my napkin maths is correct, that will pretty much secure them into the bracket. But where they end up in the bracket, they're still sitting waiting for all of the other games to conclude to find out whether they'll be in the lower bracket or the upper bracket.
I think the confident win also is very important for the round differential, Jack, because if I'm not mistaken, when I was looking at Group B before, most of the round differential was negative for all of their contenders except for Falcons. So the fact that they won that convincingly will help tremendously their round differential. Now they have to sit and wait. The good news is both of their rivals, Rebels and Secret, are facing each other tomorrow, so that basically cancel each other. You're smarter than me when it comes to that, Jack, but almost guarantees that they would make the bracket then.
Yeah. I think so. I believe it is the case. I believe it is the case. Napkin math, you know. I'm missing Sprabuni on days like today, I will say.
I think there's a player waiting and standing by as well to hear from us, or rather we get to speak to him as we look at Group B once more. Currently find themselves in that second spot together with Falcons at the very top. But as I said, I think there's somebody very happy to see and / hear this as well. We're joined by Hashom. Congratulations on the victory. You played your last game, Hashom, inside the group stage. How happy are you with your campaign so far?
Hello guys, thank you for everything, and we are very happy because we are now, I think we are qualified to the playoffs, okay, and I think we will do good in playoffs also.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Hashom, sorry, Jack. I'm wondering, Hashom, if you think that there is a big difference between Saudi E-League, where you played for a long time there, and now after 4 matches played in VO1s here in EML, what is the biggest difference that you noticed being in the region?
I think here in this EML, more competitive and more harder. This is first time we play this league, so we like how I say it, game after game we have more experience, you know. So I think yeah, that's it.
In terms of the game today, how did you prepare up against a team that's relatively new into the league in terms of Rebels? It's a team that you will know and you will have scrimmed against, but, you know, choosing to go to Clubhouse against them, for example.
Yeah, I think Rebels team, we choose Clubhouse because it's a map 50-50, you know? So it's depending on the gunfight. And I think this is our how I say it? They are dead, you know, if they're coming in our side, yes.
All right, I want to ask you one more thing, Hashom, before we let you go. The word on social media is that you guys are annoying to play or scrim against. Is there anything you want to say regarding that?
What? Come again?
The word on social media is that you guys are annoying to play or scrim against. Is there anything you want to say on that?
because I had a lot and I do a lot of things and I run everywhere because of this. But I think this is our play style, you know, and I think we'll destroy everyone in playoffs. That's what I think.
All right, cool. I respect that. Well, this play style has got you the playoffs so far. So once again, congratulations on making it to playoffs, and we'll see you there.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from them. And yeah, I mean, it is what we're seeing, right? We're speaking of players as well. You know, it's difficult to win a gunfight against Hashom because he's likely going to be on the ground or sitting in a difficult corner. We're seeing that with this game as well. But more so, Leo, 2 players on the side of Twisted Minds that we really need to speak about. We already spoke about JLab being so important in that first half. P9 on the entries as well today, absolutely excelling.
Yeah, I think it's the 2 biggest weaknesses that Jack highlighted before the match, right? With these players, is we expect them to be chaotic, to have a lot of individual firepower, but yet we were looking at the average KD from the team. They were -13. When we were looking at the entries, they were 40% entry win rate. And I'm looking at this and I'm looking at P9 that gets 4 different opening kills in this match. I'm looking at JLad, who has multiple multi-kill rounds that bring rounds back that they should not win. And that's it. Things connect, the firepower is there, and you could really see, I feel like, Jack, I guess the difference in caliber and experience between a roster that has played on the biggest stages, has played in a Montreal Major, has played in ESI in Boston in 2025,
yeah,
and a roster with 3 rookies on it.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a really nice way to put it, actually, a difference in caliber. And I thought, Twisted Minds turned up today. They did exactly what they needed to do. And, of course, that will take them into the playoffs bracket. Still to be determined, their final position. But it's not looking too bad, given the Falcons run of fixtures. Falcons are currently about to be their best friend to put them into the upper bracket. But I really liked Hisham there in terms of the interview saying, when we get into the bracket, we'll destroy everybody. Because that is the blind faith you need to have as a professional at this level, that that your team and your gunplay and your talent will carry you through the bracket.
The good thing is they won't have to wait very long because Falcons play after this game here. But looking at this victory, like we spoke about, a dominant victory is what we wanted to see from Twisted Minds, right? We talked about some issues that we were maybe expecting or seeing from them so far, with the stats not really reflecting that either. But this one, over Rebels here, it means a lot for this team going into playoffs as well, right? They can now take the day off tomorrow, see what everybody else is doing, and kind of get that extra day, Leo, before they have to go into those best of threes.
Yeah, and I do believe that with the playstyle that they have, going into BO3s is something that would be somewhat helpful. I think in general, with the roster that has, that tends to be unpredictable and that likes to take risks, being in a matchup where you can take risks on a certain map and then maybe play safer on the others is always going to be less punishing than the BO1 format. I think that they're really happy with their campaign so far. Also that, they proved to themselves that they could contend with some of the best. They did beat Secret all the way at the beginning, and I think that was really reassuring. I'm just wondering if they can find that form consistently, Jack, because for me, the fact that they went on to beating Secret and then afterwards struggling to finish up against GK despite a huge lead, it's still asking some question about the discipline, about the consistency, about a few things that we saw, especially attacks that weren't so good overall. So there are still things to fix before they go into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think Hisham had an appreciation of that, right? He said, transferring into EML is a big step up in terms of quality. There are teams that will punish you at this level. When they get into the bracket, they're going to be going up against the like of the Falcons, of G2s, of the Secrets of this world, of the VPs of this world as well. And those are the types of games where you really can't make too many mistakes. And that's where the Twisted Minds playstyle sometimes is at odds with making the mistakes because of how risky it can be at times. So I think, there's certain bits where they'll need to tighten up strategically, but they're going to be a very, very tricky opponent for anybody.
And as we said, that other team that is currently at 6 points in Group B is playing very soon. In fact, you do not want to miss this next game. It is Falcons and Secret after this.
You can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Falcons versus Secret is our next matchup, and that usually was the top two of EML going up against each other. That might be a little bit different today with the results we've seen from both these teams so far, but the big story between these two teams has to be that Joom has left Team Secret and is now playing with the opposition for today. Team Falcons is Joom's new home. We would like to take a look, Jack, at everything that Joom has achieved with Secret before they parted ways.
Yeah, it feels like that big switch. It's the transfer that everybody's talking about. Of course, Joom joined Team Secret and found pretty much instant success with where Team Secret are at. Multiple back-to-back main stages across Manchester, Montreal. Yes, it didn't go too well last year in Boston. Reload was kind of a little bit of a rebuilding phase with the new roster, but then they exploded, didn't they, last year? EWC, Munich major main stage, realistically thinking that they should have beaten M80 on that main stage if they had a do-over, and could have gone further, and then they got to a SI final in Paris just a few months ago. That has been a sensational career for Joom inside of Team Secret. He has been a big leading reason as to why they've had that success. Now, however, he's joined Falcons. He's on the opposition team. He's the one that is trying to beat them. He's the one that's trying to, ultimately go against them and make them fail.
Yeah, he was the long-term investment for that roster that paid off in the end with that EWC title, with the grand final at SI. And now, on the side of Falcons, he integrates with the roster so well. We've seen him play yesterday, we've seen him play before as well on Border. He is by far the best rated player of the ML. He's actually dominant, 17 kills yesterday in a single BO1 against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, which I remember, is supposed to be one of the teams that has the best individual skill. Dropping 17 kills against them is especially stunning. I think really Joom has found his footing. We always knew he was an exceptional player. The question was he an exceptional player inside a specific system, which was Secret, or would it be an exceptional player anywhere else? Well, let's just see it in Falcons. 167 EPS, 28 kills for 8 death. That's in only 2 games. I think the question is answered. They're absolutely crazy with him right now.
It's so crazy as well to see. You look at this roster, look how much talent and experience and firepower there is on this roster. Uses in my player is one of the, in my opinion, is one of the top 10 players in the world. He's not even getting a look in with just how well Joom is doing right now. League Fact best IGL in the world. Yes, he's obviously doing well as well. But yeah, this Falcons team, it feels like they've leveled up of the Falcons that we've known across the last 2 years that has been one of the best teams in the world.
And then speaking to League Effect yesterday in the interview as well, right? Not even being satisfied with their run so far and the way that scrims are going, it shows again that winner mentality. On the other side, Secret, satisfaction is a rough word because so far it's been so rough for them. Nearly losing that game yesterday, but managing an insane comeback. I want to see what map this will be taken to, right? Because this was always a really big matchup. We talked about the individual side of this one too, going up against your former team, your former organization. We're going to Border, which is a pretty aggressive map. Jack, how does that fit these two teams?
Well, I want to take you back just a couple of years ago, and this is where the rivalry all started. It was a cold, rainy day in Copenhagen. I remember it clearly. We're saying, why is Secret playing Falcons on Border? That doesn't make a lot of sense. And then Secret whip out a double shield strategy and beat them. It was, of course, BDS at that time. That was really the start of the rivalry of these two rosters. Since then, they've locked horns on this map a lot. Both teams absolutely love it. One thing I will say for Team Secret, of the last 10 times they've played it, they have played 130 rounds of Border, which means every single time on average, they are at least hitting overtime. It's a very close map every time they play it.
And if you look at the state of Falcons, when is the last time they played it? Against Rebels. And what was the scoreline? 7-1. So it was not close by any means. They dominated on that map. They like it when they play against big teams because they don't need to reveal too many strategies. It's mostly about the gunfight ahead of the playoffs. For a team in the position of Falcons that are leading the groups right now, I think it's a smart move to go on that map.
I'm just really excited for this rivalry to continue on Border. The good news, the match is ready, so casters, please take it away.
Oh, and you can bet we're going to take it. We're going to take it, we're going to run with it, and we're going to spend a lot of time enjoying this moment because I'm so excited. It's a lower bracket final rematch from the Six Invitational. Pengu, it's the hottest property in English-speaking Rainbow Six Siege right now. His departure from Team Secret, going to Falcons, and man, what a run they have had so far in Kickoff. 7-1, 7-2. Nobody can hold a candle to the best team in Europe.
It is such a big question what happened during the roster season, right? You have Shaiko departing from Team Falcons. How do you possibly find a suitable replacement? If you look at the entire world, regardless of language barriers, etc., not many players necessarily come to mind, especially if they have to speak English. But then there's one person I can think of, and he ended up joining Doom, who had a career tournament at SI, who was the sole reason why Secret was fighting back up against FaZe Clan, and he has been such a deserving player of a really realistic shot at a world-class team. And now he's here being IGL'd by Kickoff and played together with the entire Falcons roster. I am so happy for Doom, and I cannot wait to see his personal trajectory for this next year to come.
Now, we're hyping up Doom a lot, but let's not forget, while for Doom this is the peak of his career, he was the most sought-after player at Six Invitational, and in a way, that was also the peak of the team's Secret journey.
Yeah?
It's a very different story for Falcons itself. They were not only favorites to win the Six Invitational, but at least to be runners-up. That was their chance in front of the home crowd with all of the French and Parisians on that team, but it was just another failed shot at a championship, and it led to not just picking up Doom, but for the first time ever, dropping Shaiko, who has been their star player for, what, half a decade now, through various iterations of the team. So while Doom is actually at a high, the rest of this roster are actually at a low point right now, and they're looking to bounce back and take a shot at the Salt Lake City Major Trophy. It's not just about being the best in Europe, it's about raising international trophies for Falcons.
About the Major, about the SI, about that EWC. They got their eyes on that prize. And you mentioned low point. When a team is not performing to their own personal expectations, because let's be honest, making every grand final a year back when they're BTS, the players who didn't win that grand final, they saw it as a failure. But you're probably the second best team in the world if you make every grand final but lose. Even though it feels like you're a failure, you're very successful. When you're riding that low for a year and a half, not getting the success you desire, getting new blood in the roster, like a younger player in Doom who's very happy, very hungry, very motivated, that can shift the entire mental of a team. We've seen this time and time again where a young player joins a veteran roster and old school IGLs like Troy Canadian goes, playing with Pampersu when he first joined DC was so refreshing because he was so excited about the journey and just the small things that Troy's been doing for, you know, half a decade himself already. So I could really see this being a huge positive factor to Falcons. For the start of Secret, for right now with the roster changes, a very slow start. What is this gunfight? Kickoff, Noah above 1 HP. Also, how does Noah even remotely win that gunfight with the Scorpion, by the way? It is halfway across the goddamn map.
There's a new name for that position inside of CCTV. It's called Noah now because of what he managed to achieve at Six Invitational Yellow in this position. He eventually finishes off Kickoff. I mean, arguably that's worth it. You've taken down the Deimos. It's also worth it just for the ego of challenging an angle like that. Fantastic shot from Noah. He's really on his comeuppance. Six Invitational was a fantastic tournament for him. And of course, to come runners-up for Noah, Mowgli, and Savage, and Doom, and Adrian at that tournament, it was everything. But let's put the story and talk about Secret for a minute, Nick, because we've talked plenty about Falcons. I mean, Secret, they were on top of the world. Very nearly a champion, of course, if they had made that comeback that looked so close to happen. Unfortunately for them, this round's not looking as good at the moment. And yeah, unfortunately, it's just up to Nafe and Citizen. But this is the big story. It's the two new blood on Team Secret, back from a little stint in North America with Dark Zero. This is their moment. What happened there, Doom? Strange way to go down. Flashbang, and a nice shot there from Solotov. Triple kill on the round. Nafe to try and find a 1v2.
He's 1 HP, no C4, Warden stock in 90, the caught in the crosses, right? The Russians was at Armory door, trying to get there first. They can walk in together and just trade bodies. They have 2 more Grim Canisters, 1 more Flashbang. Although the Warden that's active, that won't matter, but it's expiring right now. So there's a small gap of opportunity here for Falcons.
It looks like Falcons are keen to split. Solotov slowly peeking the angle that Nafe is watching. He's so low on HP. A quick pre-fire and he's surely dead meat. Solotov re-swings it with the pistol. And a solid first round for Falcons.
I'm very curious what Falcons will look like in the best of threes in what I will call the more serious matches and against like the top teams from EML. Watching their first couple games, it feels almost like to me that quote-unquote hiding strats, and I mean that in a really positive way here. They're just fighting their opponents. when I watched them yesterday up against Twisted Minds and Lair, they weren't even trying to counter-strat, deny them, or even play together. It was, hey, Doom, you want to get some kills? He goes, of course, Leakyfac. He goes, go into garage, take a 1v5 gunfight, see how many guys you can take down. And Doom gets 3 kills every single round of defense, by the way. And it's just Doom's dropping 17 kills, Falcons swinging, Falcons fighting, and not really showing much. If this is intended by design, which it may or may not be, when they go into best of 3s, they're going to have a whole separate playstyle and a bunch of pocket strats that they have not yet shown. And of course, like you mentioned earlier, for Falcons, it's not about winning this best of 1. It's not about winning the next BO3.
10 seconds
Well,
left.
actually, that one might be the case. They want to qualify for international grounds. And the real matches are the ones that qualify you for that. They know they're going to survive the group stage without even trying because they're just that good, probably. So I'm very curious how far they can go and what their actual level will be like come the high-stakes matches.
Well, Falcons are the only team in Europe that haven't even dropped a point at the moment. Every single game they have won has been in regulation. And they're also the only undefeated team remaining in Group B. Of course, it's a very different story. While for Falcons, this game is essentially just a chance to continue flexing their muscles. For Secret, it's about fighting for survival, especially because of Twisted Minds winning that match against Rebels earlier. Of course, Rebels still has another game to play, and Rebels currently sit above Team Secret. So Secret also have another game to play after today. They have a chance to make it out into the bracket to continue fighting for the Salt Lake City Major. But if they lose here, their chances of making Salt Lake are very low. Likely will be very hard for them to jump over Rebels and Twisted Minds. That's a nice trade there, Leakyfac and Citizen. Unfortunately, Leakyfac's the first to fall 2 rounds in a row. He won't be able to use his Twitch drones for the next 2 minutes, which is a shame.
And Doom's in trouble. Somehow, weapon swap finds one, gets the damage for the second, but does go down eventually. Secret fights back, Mowgli great swing, and back to even numbers with Noah finding a pick upstairs. But this is the thing, Falcons, they have Blitz, and they have a Dokkaebi. Yes, there's no phone calls left in pocket, but if you get inside the building right now, hack those cameras, and use this breeding on a shield operator, you can get a ton of free information to increase your odds in this even battle.
Soltov has got his last phone call now generated, so that's available. The big danger here for Brede is the fact that he's vulnerable to the 2 impacts from Noah and any preset Grismont mines, but also that Mowgli, using his scanner, can actually see the blitz while he's holding his shield out. Might be able to call where that push is coming from.
Yeah, they gotta play it together. Sometimes you could go for a backstep play, but I think that does not make a ton of sense. Here comes the safe hacking of the camera, and like you said, there is actually one more phone call left remaining. I thought they spent it both earlier in the round, and that's gonna give them sound cues. Now, there might be mute jammers on the bomb side. That's gonna shroud one of those 2 player positions, but for now, they're not standing in them. There's a say that Noah blocks it, and Mowgli.
Yeah, perfect. Great counter there onto the Dokkaebi. However, the diffuser's starting to be planted. Mowgli's looking to go above. He'll be able to get eyes, but he doesn't have an impact, which means he's going to have to bring out the shotgun. There's not going to be enough time. Now, Solotov quickly makes it a 1v1 after Brede goes down to Noah on the Ella. There's no question who's in favor here. Mowgli doesn't have any util to speak of. Oh! Doesn't matter about what he's got in his pocket. All that matters is what he can do with his hands. And that spray from the SMG-11 and a quick counter defuse is going to net the round for Team Secret.
I mean, beautiful. This is the thing about Team Secret. They have been so successful in individual gunfights at SI and in recent history. It's kind of how they found their big success. It's from those star player moments that, you know, Noah in the first round, one tap in Leakyfac across the bomb side, or across the map rather. Mowgli just going for a confident swing there in the 1v1. I think some people could look at that 1v1 positioning from Solotov and maybe have a little bit of judgment, right? Because the post plant he plays from deep within the bomb side in close quarters, he has a DMR primary and SMG-12 secondary. So you can take a long range fight or a close range fight, sure enough, but you know you're up against a primary shotgun SMG-11 Solace. So if he goes all the way back into bathroom, for example, or plays deep, you know, in blue on the soft wall, he can use the DMR against SMG-11 and play out the timer, and in fact the Solace has to go for counter defuse, which takes 7 seconds. So I do feel like there's a very small moment there where Solotov could have played the stronger weapon, play the distance, maybe win whatever, but of course in the spur of the moment, you play off what you have. They didn't know where Mowgli was, he wasn't gonna risk dying to bad timing and whatnot, so he stabilized the round, tosses down a flank drone, and takes the 50-50. It is 1-1. And Secret, I will say this, doing a great job at just fighting back evenly against Falcons' aggression on the entries.
Camera in position. Deploying explosive
Secret definitely have a fire lit underneath them after losing their first game of Kickoff to Twisted Minds and then only barely beating GK 8-6. It sits them at the very last place in Group B at the moment. This is, funnily enough, despite this being a 6 Invitational lower bracket final rematch, it's actually first versus last in Group B at the moment.
Yeah.
But Secret are well on their way to redemption. If they win this game, that's huge. Of course, if not, then they'll have to win against Rebels tomorrow in order to secure their spot in the playoff bracket.
I'm changing maps.
But they're still trying to figure out how to reintegrate or how to integrate Citizen and Nath for Doom and Noah. Oh my god. Wow, that's an aggressive play from Savage. I love an aggressive IGL and an aggressive smoke. And it pans out very well for Secret.
It's a calculated double swing from east stairs and east window at the same time. So again, it's communicated ahead of time that they're going to make this aggro play and take down one player. And it buys you a lot of map control. They know east stairs, there's no longer pressure. They got Solid Snake downstairs, playing for the fish kill, finds it.
Perfect.
Beautiful, but again, the trade game is excellent from Secret. They cover each other so beautifully in those 1v1s.
Great usage of the snake done. I like that Doom didn't actually activate the gadget to get the ping. I think he kind of used process of elimination to figure out where he was anyway. Didn't want to let Citizen know that he knew he was there. But yeah, you're right. I mean, man, the trade game from Savage and from Secret as a whole has been really good. Now they're still retaining the numbers advantage. And Falcons, it's a bit risky here playing so split up.
Yeah.
You lose a gunfight and the round is pretty much over.
This is one of those rounds where, what I alluded to earlier, Falcons not really playing their main strats, kind of saving strats. Like, what is this round supposed to achieve besides getting kills and fishing, right? Well, that's what it is. The border works that kind of way. Now, they're in the bottom side. There is no solids. There's no real intel besides the Falcon that gets shots. So this plan could just go down if they reposition.
Oh, here comes the vertical pressure with a little bit of a horizontal splice as well. Finally, Brede will go down. The plan is denied. While Mowgli's been finished off, there's no question who's in the advantage. It's Secret, especially because Users has to solely cover Leakafak, forcing that plant down. Even on for a retake here, Secret have the advantage. Will they check every corner on the bomb site? Leakafak just needs to take one body with him before he falls. It's really on Users upstairs because his position is less known to try and hold on as Team Secret have to go big. Both players find one. Users now has to clutch in the 1v1. Noah's got a little bit of information. There's red pings. A Valkyrie camera upstairs. It might actually give him the opportunity to try and go for it. A spray through the wall. And Noah, cool and calm as ever. A perfect clutch on the Ella for him and Team Secret to steal a lead on border.
Again, it's so well done. They're fighting back, the verticality, the pushing together, the wallbang to win another 1 versus 1 in another post-plan scenario. And it comes down to the same thing as when Mowgli clutched. I feel like Falcons, they don't fully set up that post-plan to have the most or the highest success rate. When you get into the 1v1 with one player up above in the vert, that's going to be your winning player. You got such a strong position. Noah's beneath. Yes, that the Valcam red pings, but that's not what's going to win you the round. It's what happens with the pre-fire, staking diffuser, baiting diffuser, those kinds of things. When you're the player above, it's very important that you take a couple of seconds and go, okay, if he's diffusing in this area, where is the bomb planted? Is there an angle where I lose? Well, the way that you lose there is that they never opened up any of the soft floor above the case. And the hatch doesn't directly see the diffuser because of that soft wall between it, because they planted on the opposite side of the wall. So if you had broken a bit of the soft floor above and had that different angle to fight Noah, the whole conversation changes. But because they're like, oh snap, there's no vert. I gotta just blindly wallbang now and hope that I hit the shots. Well, Noah's gonna do the same thing. And that's a much more even battle when you're both guessing versus one team that can actually see your opponent.
You had shotgun as well, right, on the striker, so you could have...
One shotgun shell, he sees the vert, and he can make that play almost like a 90% win rate. And the second you go for that 50-50 fight, it becomes that. It becomes a 50-50, which when you're in a much stronger position, you should never want to take. But Noah was happily taking the 50-50 because his spot was unwinnable.
Yeah. A very well played round from Secret. I really want to credit Savage, man. He really knows how to play an aggressive, active IGL and smoke role. You know, often people in his role are going to play very passively. Man, the replay really tells the story. I mean, Users isn't going to know if he's doing any damage to the planter or if the counter diffuser, or if the player has actually got off the counter defuse. So he's just, that way of playing it there from Users, it's a bit of a lose-lose. You're really going to be kind of closing your eyes and hoping for the best, playing it like that. The Falcons have taken their tactical timeout to look to restabilize.
Yeah.
Very early tech timeout, by the way, Pengu. Only 3 rounds in.
Big fan of early tech timeouts. You know, you gotta nip it in the bud before
5 seconds
it keeps
left.
happening. Be like, guys, we gotta either be more disciplined or respect them more, or, you know, change our play style. Whatever it is that you deem is necessary, just having that conversation and kind of rallying back together, saying, guys, this is how we're gonna do it. I love that. And you're only down 1-2, but it is border attacks. You're supposed to get at least 3, preferably 4 on a good day.
Yeah, and just on paper, the current state of these rosters, obviously Falcons are just reintegrating one player, and he happens to be the best player in Europe. Whereas Team Secret are bringing 2 players who not only haven't been on the team, but also haven't even been playing in the region. Of course, North American playstyle, the Dark Zero playstyle, Dark Zero in a bit of a lull. Quite a very different challenge for Team Secret compared to that of Falcons.
Like seeing League Effect, they use the pistol. It's not quite like the Deimos pistol that can shoot open hatches and holes in walls. He's like slowly breaking apart the barricade. Great pre-fire from Savage again. Most proactive player in the server, perhaps, always looking to be in the right spot, the right time, either getting opening pick or assisting his teammates in a trade. And it's again kind of stunting Falcons early. That's Doom. Star player, like we keep saying. It's the capital fire, the most important piece of utility to east theirs, but somehow they make it work. Someone's up from Breakdoor, finds a pick back onto Citizen. That's not the player they were aiming for, but it's killed, so they'll take it.
Player spotted at the bottom of East Stairs. I like this. Unorthodox use of the Ace Selmas. Wow, that's a direct trade.
Okay. With a C4?
I mean, that's one way. If you don't want to take a gunfight, you just C4 the guy who's shooting you.
Looks great.
Like that. Now there's still a ton of information here. The Solid Snake, the Lion charge and lock people down in their positions. They can definitely try and go for a bit of a kill into one player at least. Because mind you, when the attackers want to go for a plant, they're going to have one guy basically getting down that diffuser, meaning that 3v3 turns into a 2v3. So they need something. They also have 2 frag grenades, so I want to say this. If Falcons can stabilize and not get caught off guard again, they can find something. But it's another swing by Mowgli, catching Falcons off guard.
What was that? Was that based on any info at all for Mowgli?
No, don't think so.
He's so switched on, isn't he? Just a quick sound, opens the hole in the wall while spraying, and then sees the target readjust. Now he's pre-ripped to C4. So they won't
could be
hear
good.
it tossed. Perfect. Oh, lands straight in Preday's lap. Mowgli has taken the rat into his own hands. Now Users has to 1v3.
I mean, this is just kind of criminal how he gonna finding these picks time and time again so consistently. Users with nothing to do but just try to flip a team fight somewhere. I was gonna say a 1v1 fight rather. 1 in 90, 1 in 1000, 1 in archive. Here comes his first trial, and he loses it.
hello.
He will not be successful. Watching the wrong angle, expecting that crossfire. Noah goes wide. He confirms the kill. Secret had a very slow start yesterday against GK, but today a very quick start up against Falcons.
I'm loving seeing a Secret that looks so much more alive than what we've seen in the previous 2 play days. And I can't help but wonder, is playing Border part of it? Obviously, we know how good Team Secret are on Border. They beat Falcons on this map in that lower bracket final at 6 Invitational, only to then lose it in their final match at the 6 Invitational, the very last map, map number 4 of the grand final against FaZe. Even then, that went to overtime. I think that was that 10-8, I believe, the final score? Went very deep that game.
Yeah. Did you say 10-8?
We know, I think it was 10-8, yeah. Because I think it was 11-9 on Fortress and then 10-8 on Border.
We ran the numbers the on APL broadcast actually, and I have no recollection of that conversation, but it sounds right.
I can double check it, but man, I mean, I went back and watched a couple of rounds from that ground final recently.
Ah, dude.
And it's just such an incredible game. It really does hold up, and of course, Team Secret, their Cinderella run at that tournament was incredible. It really has made the careers of a lot of these players. Of course, these players who had already become champions at EWC, but it's another thing entirely to be that close to a hammer. And yeah, I can confirm it was 10-8 in favor of FaZe on Border in that grand final, 11-9 in favor of Secret on Fortress. That was where the comeback really started. And yeah, we know that they're good on this map. I just, if anything, am surprised at how much they're looking to kind of be on a similar level, maybe not quite the same, but on a much closer level than I expected post-roster change with Citizen and Ace this early on, and only their third game in.
Again, looking at yesterday, and they looked very disjointed and all over the place, and almost like they're playing with two different, Discord servers with communication, where they're not on the same playing field. And today on Border, maybe as you said, it's the map like forced them to play closer together and play quote-unquote super siege, because they are so lethal. And when you think of Prime Citizen, I mean, he is the kind of player like Doom, like Shaiko, that just brute forces gunfights and plays off that feeling in the server. Not logic or reason, but just feeling. He plays off the instincts, and they've been exceptional today so far in the first 4 rounds. It's been a very slow one here for round number 5. No one's died. Half the clock is gone. It's a 5v5. Don't Call comes out. Good drone work. I think Falcons have said, guys, we're playing too fast. We're getting punished. Let's play a bit slower, change the pace up. And Leaveback, he's hit the gap. He's downstairs.
Yeah, and Citizen's about to get spotted as well by
He's in the site.
That call should surely expose his position. June will take him down, and yeah, you're right. The gap has been found, and now that Falcons have the kill as well as the gap, they might be able to look to try and eventually form a plan. Brede rotates back over. He can try and turtle plant here. Nate tries to get in position. Ooh. Might actually be able to hear where Brede is. The vertical starts to come on through as well, so Secret threatening Falcons here. Great shot on the verticality though. 2 players will fall for Falcons. Team Secret, so chill to stay calm and collected despite losing control of the bomb side. Leakerfax down on the ground. It's Brede in a 1v3 on the shield. Great shot on Savage. He drops down the hatch, but Noah will stab him in the back, and Team Secret lock in a 4th round in a row against Falcons.
Secret are playing the rounds exactly how they're supposed to, and they're doing everything right by their own margins. But I'm questioning a little bit here what happens on Falcon's side. You know, we're talking about League Effect, the IGL, the leadership, etc. They're just kind of planting the middle of the room with the hatch open, the verticality, no pressure armory, no pressure archives, and hoping that Secret, they close their eyes for 5 seconds, or should I say 7 seconds? Well, they don't close their eyes, they open them wider, because they hear the plan going down, they look on the verticality, and they get the kills. I'm not seeing the bigger picture here from the side of Falcons, and it's a little bit worrying, because you can kind of fool around the first couple rounds, get outplayed, play subpar, who cares? But they called their tech timeout, they tried to restabilize, they played slower, they found the gap, they found the opening pick, and the round completely falls apart despite them getting almost every checkbox ticked away in their favor. So now I'm getting a bit worried, but praise has to go to Secret. The turnaround, incredibly fast from yesterday to today.
If you need it.
That's the thing about Super Week. It's just so chockers back-to-back games. I believe the next play is tomorrow, right? So that's
Super Week.
The culmination of groups. And of course, for Falcons, like they're pretty much locked in first place. I'd be surprised if anyone overtakes them in their group, which means they get just 1 BO3 away from the major. But for Secret, like we were saying, it's still fighting for survival. They could even win this game, Pengu, and lose to Rebels tomorrow and still not make it to the playoffs. I guess Secret just wants it more. At least that's what it looks like right now.
It does look like that. Like I said, it looks like Falcons are a low-key hiding strats. And sometimes that can be a good call where, you're so smart, you know, you see through their disguise. But it's like, no, right now it's kind of getting...
Not good enough of an excuse.
Yeah. But, I mean, thankfully it's been... I would say every single player stepping up. Citizen has had on the scoreboard a bit of a lower impact, certainly. But I think the positions that he's playing, like last round, solo main, custom spot on main, getting demos tracked, solid snake, like he's up against the world of hurt. He's gonna die. No one can really help him, that's whatever. But he's playing an important role and playing important operators. It has really been the whole team stepping up. But here comes Doom finally with that entrant Amos, and then another trade happens.
Perfect. That's exactly what we want for Falcons. Just try and even things up from here on out. Now that you've got a numbers advantage, it doesn't matter if you lose bodies to trades, though that's not even going to happen. Mowgli in a 1v4, and they know exactly where he is. Tiny bit of damage done, but Brede finally shuts him down with the blitz. Brede has been so insistent, hammering away at that blitz time and time again, and finally it works out for Falcons. They sandwich up that half, a round at the start and a round at the end, and finally cap it off with a 2-4 scoreline. Still plenty to work on before they finish this game.
Yeah, they do. They also find an early frag, and then it's a bit of a chaos in the mid round. But again, they managed to stabilize. We gotta see a bit more consistency though from Falcons, and just ensure that they can actually keep playing like this on the side swap. But James, we have a studio ready to talk about what just happened.
Thank you very much, guys. And so far, this secret, play that we're seeing from them is so much different than what we saw at the beginning of the season. So far, Leo, these individuals and the team shape is looking much better.
Yeah, I think two main strengths that we're seeing that we were lacking before was, first and foremost, Secret are incredible at the trade game. I am very impressed with the way that they, if you look at most of the entry points on the map, because Border is all about the gunplay, most of the time you will see a trade happen in a sprint seconds. Like, look at this, for example, from Savage. I thought that was such a great example of that. And then the second thing is, to me, is not only the trade game, but also in the clutch situations. What's important is the individual play. You see Noah here, he's gonna hit the crazy shot, and boom, that's Yuzu's gun, and that's round one. And before that, you saw Mowgli and Server do the same thing. So it's the individuals on their side, and whenever it's equal man count like this, look, it's Mowgli with the wall bang, and then the C4, Jack. It's a secret that we were waiting to see happen.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like yesterday they really woke up. There was a lot of people willing to write them off after that very, very early play day 1 loss against Twisted Minds. And even yesterday when they looked down and out, they managed to find a way to come back. Now they've woken up, they've remembered that they are an incredible set of players. You've got Citizen and Nafe both, having a little bit more time inside of the system. And on this map as well, they were just so stubborn. They weren't being moved. Their team play was good. Their trades were good. Their clutch potential and individual ability and late round composure was excellent. Secret with a 4-2 defensive half, going on to their attack half, which is usually the preferred side on Border as well. That's a very, very big statement against a team in Falcons that was expected to just absolutely wash this group.
Yeah, it's an exciting prospect for Secret for sure, but we know how important this game is on a mental aspect for both these teams, right? Playing against your former organization, playing against a player that left you. So the main question is, who can close it out in the second half? Back to the casters.
Thank you very much. And yeah, who can close it out? Of course, Team Secret are 2 steps closer than Falcons are right now. And Secret need it so damn much. But Falcons, look, thank you. Can you imagine 7-1, 7-2 in your first 2 games? Falcons look incredible. Jim's the GOAT. They're looking back in peak form. And then they lose to a Team Secret who's only got 1 overtime win so far. That just doesn't seem right. Surely not. Falcons expect so much more than that. And they definitely wouldn't be satisfied with a loss here.
Speaking of expectations, something that I saw being spoken a little bit about on social media was actually in yesterday's match for Secret versus GK on Lair. When Secret made the comeback into overtime and eventually won the game, the new guard of Secret, so Citizen and Nafe, they were like super happy, big smiles, oh my god, we won! And then you saw the old guard of Secret, the trio, and they were like looking kind of bummed out. The difference in expectations from being like a championship level roster that Secret just came from with SI, EWC, etc., taking names, and then Nafe and Citizen who was in DC and NA just not really qualifying for things. And now you're here literally 24 hours later, and you are, I was going to say about to beat Falcons, but to be honest, anything can happen, but you're 4-2 up against Falcons. They probably had a real hard conversation, sprinkling in some of that positivity and saying, guys, we can do this better. We can do it stronger, we can do it faster. And then they arrived today with this phenomenal performance in the first half.
Yeah, it's an absolute ripper start here for Secret. I got to admit, I was pretty skeptical when I heard the players that Secret were picking up. Not because there's anything wrong with Nafe and Citizen, but it's just such a departure from young, up-and-coming talent. Like what we had on Secret prior. This is an aggressive play, though, from Nafe. He's deep into the bomb side. He's pushing his smokes really deep as well, but Solotov has found a double. Finally, Nafe does get one and confirms the kill. He's just hoping to bait someone in from Fountain as well. the main push that was happening over on Armory has been completely disjointed by Solotov inside of CCTV.
That's a good nade. Oh my god. Tank gets attempted here halfway through. Nave with good cover so far.
Right.
Falcons the back foot again.
Yeah, the plan is going to be confirmed. Solotov now, and his new teammate, Doom, who, well, Solotov's found a third. He sneaks into Archive somehow. And at the drop of a hat, there is a winnable situation here for Falcons, but with Solotov going down, it'll need to be Doom up against his former team as he makes his way in from Metal. He knows exactly where one of them is, but he gets duped out, and it's Citizen to find the kill. Out with the old and in with the new, he says, and Team Secret are absolutely at home, in love with Border right now. 5 rounds on the board, and Falcons are looking in very dire straits.
I really want to talk about how well that Secret played that post, because I was critical of Falcons when they lost 2 rounds in the post. They had 2 different win conditions in that round, and they actually tried to get a third. Firstly, we had Nave who died outside Archive's door. He was going to play far outside the building with a deep line of sight in towards the Armory in the late round. He gets caught off guard while reloading, he gets white swung, he dies, whatever. But then they play, again, the foresight game, where they think, what do we do when Nave dies? One person sprints outside Armory, who can see the diffuser from outside the building from a far away location. But he still has an angle into the soft on the bomb side, into Bieber. And he basically has crossfire with the sledge on the side itself. Citizen. Citizen stayed inside the bomb site because he didn't have the risk to like run across the bomb site, maybe die on the way there. So they have a crossfire, they have a guy in the bomb site, they have a guy outside, they have 2 different players who can win the round, 2 key elements. That means that Falcons, or sorry, Team Secret, they have a backup plan essentially. They have a failsafe. That's what Falcons were missing on their attack inside in the post. They had one way to win the round, one way to lose the round, and the way to win wasn't much better than the way to lose. They're kind of even, right? Ideally, you want to have a way to win that's almost completely bulletproof. That's what we saw from Secret in the first attack there. Beautiful stuff.
And it's the closest that anyone has gotten to taking a map away from Falcons so far. Keep in mind that they only lost 3 rounds before this game started. And I wonder if something happened when Secret were down 6-1 against PK, because since then, Pengu, across their last 2 games, think of it like this. Of the last 14 rounds Secret have played, they've won 12 of them.
That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. Yeah. Again, consistency though. Can they keep going? Can they make it 1 more? And then more, and then win 7-2? Or is Falcons gonna start figuring out their opponent here?
Look, any kind of a win here from Secret, no matter the scoreline, would be a huge benefit to the new roster to tell themselves, look, we can beat Falcons with Doom, then I'm pretty confident that we can do anything with this new team. Citizen and Nate for the real deal. Leakafak is holding on with his aggressive position. Where was that ping come from? Not sure exactly how he managed to spot out a C4 and ping it. Maybe there was a drone inside. Oh, here comes the blitz. Wow, that's very dangerous, Leakafak. Does manage to take down Savage, but Secret immediately pounced and clears CCTV. They win the exchange. And despite losing the blitz, it was well worth it to take down Leakafak and Solotov.
And being the CCTV go works both ways. No defenses and attacks there, but a good sprint there from Brede to kind of capitalize back and try and get even numbers, but Nave finds another. Brede, 1v3, 1v2.
He's found the first. He's the French clutch king for a good reason. He's earned his reputation. Now he just needs to deliver yet again. It's Citizen and Noah on the other side, and Noah has been on fire. This is risky to drop downstairs, but he is the Solus.
Yeah.
So late round, he can get a lot of information if a plant's going down. I think he just saw the player droning for a brief moment.
He dropped to bait
Both.
Everyone knows Solus plays above guaranteed, right? He drops hoping that they're gonna be looking upstairs while he's below. This could just work because it's the unorthodox thing to do.
He's now revealed his position though by detonating that gas pipe. He looks to try and reposition. Citizen and Noah, they have to decide where they go in. Do they go for the kills? Do they go for the plant? They have the numbers if they go for the kill, but they both line up for Falcons! Brede! He's always been the king of the clutch, and yet again, he will deliver.
So many ways to play it out. The one that's super logical, what every Solus player would do. You stay in Armory Archives, you play the gadget, you find the planter vertically. But if your opponent's expecting you to do it, is it the best play that you can make? So Brede drops something that you're not supposed to do, breaking the norm and keeping his opponent a little bit confused and surprised about what's going on. And yes, he ended up giving away his positioning. He shot the gas canister in the main door, but then he keeps repositioning himself. He knew where the drones were. He saw them on the scanner. He knew that nobody could see him on bottom blue. He knew that they didn't know if he ran back up the main stairs. The information that he had delivered every step that he took. Saying, okay, I know what's safe. I know what isn't. All I gotta do is keep them on their toes. Not know what I'm doing. 3-5.
Wow, big round. That was to stave off a match point as well, Nick.
Yes, big one.
I really enjoyed watching the Falcons documentary about Six Invitational, which if you haven't had a chance to watch it, I'd highly recommend it. They posted it shortly after SI, and man, it was so interesting to get insight on the team's dynamic. They recorded a lot of the post-game debriefs, and especially with the Shaiko move, it was really interesting to see. There was actually a moment where Shaiko said, actually guys, I think there's just something wrong. I think that us, you know, it's not working. And it was kind of foreshadowing because that documentary came out before he announced his departure from the team. But one of the moments in that, Brede expressed that he didn't believe in himself. He was talking about how he just felt like maybe he wasn't good enough in some of these scenarios. And Stuflex went on this massive, massive speech about Brede. Everyone says, if you want one person to clutch up for your team, who is it? Everyone says Brede. And man, he's been playing since year one, season one as well, hasn't he? Look, he's still got it. He's still got it.
It also showed the mental side of esports because Brede has had a phenomenal career and incredible individual performance at that. Not getting carried by his team, but rather carrying and being one of those key players. He did have a less statistical good year in 2025 throughout the entire thing, and obviously playing with exceptionally talented players in his roster, you can also often get overshadowed because they do the heavy lifting in the easy rounds and you just suffer in the bad rounds. That's how playing support kind of works. Either it goes well and you're 5v1, or it doesn't go well and you're 1v5. But that's where you want Brede to be. And despite having so much proven success, you can still doubt yourself. Just goes to show, just like with the experience in Monty here in Border, you can look the wrong direction for the split second and get taken to a single point of health. And a re-aggression here by Jumani stairs.
Oh, perfect. It's so good. Well played from Leakafak.
Oh, wow.
And support from up on the stairs from Doom. It's massive for Falcons. And Secret now desperately trying to get a control of it. But oh, wait, that's a defender outside the building. And somehow Noah and Nath bring it back into a 2v2. This round should have been lost for Secret.
Doom walked up the east stairs with Brede in the hallway. League Effect then jumps out the east window to flank Noah on the door. Noah walks back in and Nave, who was outside Archives, has the lineup and gets both kills. And somehow Noah stays alive because of that cover. Now they're gonna reset it completely, find the Griswold mines, find the Valcams, and try and figure out how can we actually make this round that is completely unwinnable 5 seconds ago become a victory. One defender on each bomb side. They're locking down both entry pathways, but that also means they can't help each other. If they go fast in Armory or fast in Archives, they could find out 2v1.
Noah's low. He needs to land a headshot here. Oh, he gets clipped. And now with Nate finding one, it becomes a 1 versus 1 for the new kid on Secret. Solotov has been on fire though today. 12 kills so far. Can he make it a 13th? Not to be. The Brit is firing up. And Team Secret have match point against the Falcons.
This is just like SI, it's just like EWC all over again. They are clutching these unwinnable moments. I mean, when we see the replay, you're gonna see the cover. If you just take a look at where all the defenders and attackers are, it is ridiculous to happen east stairs. Triple flank, cover back and forth. It is absurd, the pace of that round. But it was Falcons who chose, guys, I'm gonna flank east stairs below. I want you to push east stairs above. It was Falcons who chose that fight, but it was Secret who came out on top.
Wow.
Monty Ben is good here, so is Ella.
Yeah, I really like the Ella ban. Obviously, it's become a comfort pick for so many people these days, but also just those goo mines, particularly when you're jumping in a window like that.
So they make this play. Doom bottom east, League Effect balcony. When Doom walks up, right here, League Effect jumps outside the building. Right there. So he flanks the IQ, Noah goes back inside, and Nave outside Archive's door finds both kills. Like, what?
Unreal. kill from Naif as well, man.
Oh,
He just played it
Leaky
so well. That is a frustrated Leakafak.
I've seen this one before. Are we pushing wide or long bar, James?
Long bar.
Wide or long bar? I love that clip. It's my favorite clip of all time. And Leakyfak, he is passionate a player. Like, he lives and breathes competition. He lives and breathes siege. It means so much to him, the essence of winning and playing well. I love that about him, right? And it's also a matter of being harsh on yourself and your teammates in a good way, saying, guys, this is not good enough. We need to do better. We know we can do better. We usually do better. But they have been unable to break Secret in their current playstyle on border. They got it figured out for Secret side, and Falcons don't have the answers.
3 match points, by the way, for Secret. And the frustration starts to set in for Falcons.
Oh, they're
Look,
farming.
missed so good from
they're
Noah. Oh,
farming!
big double! The Solid Snake is more than solid. It's exceptional! Triple kill for Noah. Solid top. Not to be. Surely not the ace here for Noah.
He's going
hungry.
for it.
He doesn't
wants
go to
17.
reload the primary because he
17.
looks for it. The pistol comes out. Finally, Brede finds the first one, but it will need to be a 1v4. And that is a big ask, even for the Clutch King himself. He falls back, looks for a reload on the TCSG. Secret, they're not going to let this one slide. They play carefully. They smoke it up. They use the flash. Good angle. Savage forced off. Another flash comes out. Brede needs to isolate fights. No C4 to work with. He's being watched. He's being covered. Citizen and Naif are doing well to cover their captain as Savage looks to plant that diffuser. Brede has nowhere to go but into the waiting arms of Secret. Falcons were untouchable up until today, but eventually they will fall, and it's to their European rivals. Team Secret are back, and they're better than ever.
Noah, the king of CCTV? How about the king of border? What a statement! In Eastairs, finds the first pick, flicks the second, wants the third, wants the ace at the end, 16 kills to his name. I mean, he has so many big moments, even won a post-time 1v1. What a phenomenal match. We're gonna have a quick break, and in the desk, we'll talk about what just happened.
A big victory for Team Secret to get themselves a little closer to safety inside of Group B, which seems like an absolute menace so far, but we'll talk about that later. First, we talk with the victors as we have Noah on the line. Ask him a few questions about this game. Noah, congratulations on a big win here. Talk to us about how much it means to play and win against your old teammate.
I mean, it feels amazing, obviously. We played my favorite map, Border, so I was very happy. The coaches gave me a little gift with the map bands, so yeah, I'm happy.
Noah, you said it's your favorite map. Are you the king of Border? I mean, we're going to roll the clip. We're going to show that very final round. Talk to me about what's going on here, because this is absolutely crazy.
Well, we want to play aggressive and fast, so I felt confident throughout the game with my gunfights, and then we walked in East, you know, I just felt like I could kill everyone, so I just went for it. And once you get two, you know, you just go for it all.
I mean, looking at you guys play today, I honestly felt like that was the case for everyone. I don't know, but like Mowgli's clutch at the beginning with Stolis was already insane. Then you had your own clutch with the wallbang. Then you had Nafe's clutch. I mean, there was a lot of individual moments for this team, but I want to point the attention to something that I think is the most valuable thing I think here is the trade game. Because I felt like you guys were trading so well, and that's the collective that I did not see at the beginning of the kickoff.
Yeah.
What did you guys do in such a short moment, you know, to really be able to have that trade game up and that cohesion that we saw today?
I think for like the first game of the season, we were a little bit stressed, you know, the first game as a new team, so you're not going to be playing at your 100%. And, you know, throughout the week after that, you really just try to hammer down on the practices, making sure that we're all playing together as a unit and not trying to be as, like, you know, individual in the game as we were against Twisted Minds. And I think we played really well on that, so yeah.
And then one more question before we let you go. We know it wasn't easy for you guys to make it to the grand final of the 6th Invitational, then kind of have your roster implode afterwards. What are the things that you've been focusing on, besides what you just mentioned, to kind of make it work with this new roster?
I mean, I think the biggest thing has probably been the fact that Nathan and Ben give like a lot of different things that we didn't have from our past teammates. You know, like Joom and Adrian were a little bit on the quieter side, and Ben and Nafe are a little bit, you know, more vocal. So I think matching those guys with what they're capable of doing in the comms for us has been the biggest factor, I think, for us to try to mesh, and also the hardest part. But yeah.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for sharing the insights, and we wish you best of luck with the last game tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. All right, we heard from Noah there about that game, but he mentions Nafe as well in that interview, right? Talk about what this player brings to the roster. Not only is it the vocals, because they're also popping off together inside this game, Leo. When we look at these two players in particular, they were the key to victory for Secret today.
Yes, and I'm really glad to see Nafe here. Obviously, Noah was already the main hero in that game on Fortress, all the way at the beginning of the kickoff against Twisted Minds, where I think he dropped 16 kills as well. It's another game where he dropped 16, absolutely insane from him, the most consistent fragger on that roster. But for Nafe to step up, especially because everyone had a critical eye on him, we also said it on the desk, you know, he had a very difficult season last stage in the NAL. He came back here, was trying to fill the shoes of Adrian, it was not going so well for him, and it's great to see him come back here, being so proficient, having multi-kills like the 4K and the clutch situation on round 11, or round 8 rather. I'm happy to see him there, because I think he needed that, I think, for self-confidence, but also to quiet a little bit the haters and focus on the game, because he does bring value, and that value is sometimes not in the game. Like Noah just said it, it's not only about the fact that he is able to drop the same amount of kills on the similar roles of Adrian. He will bring vision and shot calls.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the hardest thing for the team, is to mesh in more voices. You know, it's hard to add a lot of different voices and styles into the team. But they got the job done. They got the job done against Falcons. And yes, it was a little bit of a gnarly game. It came down to a lot of clutches and a lot of big individual moments. But that will give them so much confidence heading into the playoffs bracket, you know, remembering that really they are a juggernaut in this league. Even if the first game and first, half of game 2, they didn't really show that. They finally awoke in Team Secret.
They did, and not only does it give them confidence, it does all shake up this entire Group B because we're getting results that we're not necessarily expecting so much from these games, right? Secret going from the bottom of the group where they started earlier today now to that very comfortable middle of the pack. That does mean danger for GK, who are having an off day today, and for Rebels, of course, having to go up against a team like Team Secret tomorrow. So in general, looking at the potential, Jack, for whoever takes upper bracket here, whoever ends up in that lower bracket, it is all to play for, with the difference being that small.
That is exactly it. Like, genuinely, it could be pretty much any of these teams that end up ultimately dropping out of the bracket tomorrow, but also the upper bracket, like you say, and the lower bracket. I think Leo chuckled at me earlier when I said that actually anybody could take first place, and it's looking like, you know, Twisted Minds up there alongside Falcons, Secret Awakening. It really is anybody's group right now.
Yeah, because if you look at the end of the group, you see Secret, you see Rebels, and you see GK. And the thing is, GK are facing Falcons tomorrow. That is a huge, huge opponent to take down. So with Secret taking them down at this moment, it's a lot of pressure on them. And then Secret and Rebels are facing each other. So you could be in a scenario where Secret grind themselves all the way to second spot, maybe. And then you have GK fall to Falcons, and you have Rebels falls to Secret. And then suddenly the whole group is completely inverted. Falcons will retain their first seed, but for the rest, everything will have changed.
It's the joy of how the format works, right? Things come at you fast here. You only get 5 playdays in total, of which 1 is a bye. In just 2 weeks' time, you gotta make sure you show up or you get dropped from the group and you do not make it to the Salt Lake City Major. Important games for these teams. And we talked about it, you know, you have these games, 2 of them today, where people play against their former organization. We just saw how that went for Doom. Not the greatest. You gotta hope, for the sake of Blaz playing with Shifters against his former organization, that goes better. Shifters versus G2 after the break. After we endured all of today's chaos in Group B, it is now time to move over to Group A, where 3 teams already find themselves secured in that top 4 position. G2 being one of those, but Shifters still need to put some work in for this game. In fact, they have an important one as well, because Blast with Shifters is playing against the organization that he left after the 6th Invitational. And we can kind of talk about that as well. We can bring up some of the posts that we saw on social media from Blast regarding that decision from G2, because Jack, this wasn't all too happy for a player like Blast.
No, I mean, he tweeted a picture of his old IGL in a clown outfit and said that he was dedicated, hard-working during his 2 years with the team and sacrificed so that the team would succeed. I feel that Blast felt maybe a little bit hard done to be kicked from G2. He now obviously finds himself with Shifters, and I think the general consensus was actually that Blast did put in a lot of hard work with G2 and really proved a lot of doubters wrong from when he was first signed there. So he's definitely going to be adding a little bit of fuel to the fire. You know, for him personally, he's really going to want to prove to G2 that they made the wrong decision.
And to be fair, Jack, he already started proving that when we had that first game of Shifters. He went 12-3, he was looking amazing, and then yesterday happened. And all of that magic seemed to have disappeared. So I'm wondering, you know, looking at this roster in general, is there a consistent story with them having an early start that is always promising? And then towards the later stage, they fall off. It was like this during the last 2 EML stage, where they made it all the way to the playoff and they fell short at the last moment. I look at this roster and I just cannot get my eyes off their opponents right now. They have played the 2 weakest opponents in their group. They're in a really tough spot, and they have to defeat G2 and VP to guarantee the upper bracket. And that to me screams danger, because with the way that they played against Fnatic yesterday, they will need a lot more. They will need a wake-up call to be able to take down a team like G2.
And especially maybe even against Virtus.pro, right? With how strong Virtus.pro has been showing themselves off after this big transfer window. In fact, they even beat G2, for example, right? And while G2 have shown us some mixed results, it is clear that Shaiko is the absolute star of their new roster. With the 2 games that we have seen so far, this player seems to be suiting into the new G2 jersey and his role within the team very well, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we always knew that Shaiko was going to be consistent. We always knew he was going to be that great fragger. The main question was, what spot is he going to get on G2, right, Jack? And I think that we had this answer from Alemao. We will make everything so that Shaiko feels comfortable. And here you see Shaiko play on the demos and on the Asami and play the same old and be so powerful with it.
I think the more things change, the more they really stay the same. I feel like I'm watching a Shaiko highlight. You could have told me this was from 2024, 2025, 2026. You know, he's doing the same old things, and he is the same old Shaiko, top 10 rated player in the world, a phenomenal pickup for this team, and he provides even more firepower than they previously had.
It's exciting stuff for that roster for sure. We've already seen a Clubhouse, for example. We've seen Bang from Shifters as well. I want to see where this series gets taken to, which map is selected for this best of one. Ooh, check, that's it. That's a spicy one. We're going to Fortress.
Yeah, it's always fun when we get to see the new map in the pool played between 2 teams inside of a best of one, especially from a domestic point of view. We did, of course, see this map a lot during the 6th Invitational. Not seen it so much inside of EML so far. For G2, they tend to bring this out against bigger teams. In fact, the only 2 times that they've ever played it were at the 6th Invitational. They played M80 on it, the major champions, and then FaZe Clan on it, the SI champions. So they're ready to go toe-to-toe with absolutely anybody on this map.
And on the side of Shifters, obviously, because they did not attend SI, the only time they could have showed it to us was during the qualifiers, and they actually showed it twice against Twisted Minds. First destroyed them 7-2, and then a very close, narrow loss to them 7-8. It's going to be a close one, but I'm very excited to see especially G2 starting defense on that one, because it used to be such a strong side for them.
Ooh, I would love to see a close game between these 2 teams, especially with the implications of that lower bracket. Personal vendettas as well in the situation. The game is ready. Fortress is our map for today.
Thank you very much, Anne. And the analysts. Ooh, there's something there. The analysts. Oh, I like it. Pengu, I'm very excited for this game. And there's one very specific reason. And I'm very excited to be sharing this moment with you. Oh, well, Fortress is great. But there's something else. I'll give you another guess. Why would I want to particularly cast this game and one particular team and one particular player with you, Pengu?
We have had the craziest roster change of all time. Shaiko has officially joined G2, the Nemesis organization, the Nemesis roster, that team that took him down once back in the day. He is now on that organization and on that team.
crazy to think that Shaiko wears a jersey that you yourself once wore.
It looks
with
weird.
all of your history between the two of you. Man, it's
But it's kind of cool.
It's crazy. It's awesome. Look, man, when these guys picked up Stompin', we said, oh my god, this is a super team.
Yeah.
Guys,
Now it's
this
a team.
this is a super team, man. We got Doki, Alamau, Stompin'. We got Benja back in. Yeah, the rookie.
Master.
The once rookie who became MVP and champion at his first 6 Invitational with G2 back in 2023 in their miracle run when Doki and Alamau raised the hammer alongside him. He's back, yeah, and there's a little old guy called Shaiko for the first time playing for a roster that is not that old spiritual continuity of the BDS Falcons team. Man, I'm so excited for this. And especially as they are going up against a Frenchman on the other side who they are quite familiar with.
Blast, he got benched from this roster. We saw a tweet during the desk segment about him saying that he's sacrificed himself for 2 years straight and played the, you know, the more less forgiving or less thankful role of support play, etc. Do everything he could, and at the end of the day, you need a scapegoat to blame, kind of thing, right? Yeah. Blast, obviously, I'm happy that he's still in Tier 1 play and found that team immediately after, because it would be a very big shame if his story would have ended with the departure from T2.
Of course, Blaz is a very good player, and like you say, he's a player that's happy to put the team ahead of himself.
Very much.
Why he didn't shine on
He's
G2.
on Thermite right now.
He is. He's doing the... Yeah, he's putting in some hard yakka, as we say down under. Look, the G2 guys have said, Alamau recently in an interview said that actually they intended to drop Blaz way back when they dropped Uno. They only had one roster change available at the time. I think it's a shame that he stayed for so long and then still got dropped. Oh, nice shot. See you later, Shaiko, by the way. Lasmo's showing up his fellow Frenchman before he decides, no, it's time to vacate the premises.
He's floating. I really like this play from Lasmo. I feel like so often we see a player, this happened actually yesterday for G2, Benjamas and Kloppers would get the first pick and bar, then drop down the motor, catch into side, and then immediately die. When you get in the fast building with a gap here on attack, you find that first pick. If you get out safely afterwards, you maintain the map pressure because they don't know that you fell back. You might still be in the building for all they know. Robbie with a second as well. G2 under a lot of pressure immediately. The split three of shifters working out, finding kill after kill.
Shifters are keen to play very quickly today. Aggressive early play from Lasmo. Robbie, like you said, hop behind him. Aggro to take map control, and now Doki decided, okay, it's time to fall back. Detonate the Goyos. We burn a little bit of time, but the real critical thing here for G2 is that they're down 2 players.
They are the 2 new players as well, it's Shaiko and Benja. Now, I like how Shifters is just not giving them anything, right? They're asset building, far away, droning, holding passive angles. Respect to Doki right now, just not he is refusing to give up that map control of meeting. He has the Goya Fire he can pop, stalling for as much time as possible. G2 recognizing that, guys, we got Smoke, we got Thorn, we got Goya Fire. We could win on the timer at the current minute. Shifters right now, they're paying the price for it. They're just waiting, and not gaining a whole lot of map control with this time.
Well, that's the worst thing that can happen in a 5v3 is you let time get away from you and then you're forced to make bad decisions in the late round. Lasmo hears that player just above him. It is Stompin' with the shotgun, keen and waiting. Ooh. Oh, aggressive from the American as he lands a little bit of damage, but look, Shifters are running out of time now. G2 have found not 1, but 2 kills. Doki looks for another one. He's traded back by Blaz, his former teammate. Alamau falls as well on the side, leaving it all up to the king himself. Stompin' finds a kill onto Robbie, and now a 1v2 looks extremely winnable with Freck still on the ground after being downed earlier by Doki. It's essentially a 1v1 over on the side, but Freck should be able to give call-outs now.
Okay.
Not anymore, as he's been finished off. Stompin' finally has the call and has taken him down. This is 2 isolated 1v1s, Pengu, which means it's so winnable here for Stompin'. And Blaz as well is low HP. Stompin's just heard him around the corner. He needs the pre-fire. It gets him on the ground, but doesn't realize Lasmo's came from way downtown, and Blaz is so excited to get the first word in against his old team.
I mean, it's a really great start there from Shifters, getting the first 2 opening picks, but then, I mean, it kind of slowed down and got a little bit too close for comfort. Doki finding a kill, finding a second injure, and Doki only really dying because he kind of overswung to try and confirm the injured member after going for a reload. That could have very easily been a G2 round, stopping all the momentum from the side of Shifters. It's Fortress, it's a very new map, still very uncertain how, you know, defender, attacker favorite it's gonna be. So I'm gonna go on the safe side here and say, any attack you can get, you know, you'll be thankful for it. So the fact that they could close this one out and not choke it, huge deal.
Yeah, credit to Shifters, and you can see what it means to them by the reactions on the cameras there as well. I'll tell you what though, this is the thing about having a super team like G2 have. Doesn't matter what player it is in that 1v2, 1v2.5 position, if you want to count Freck on the floor.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, you back in Stompin to win that. If that was Alam out, you back in Alam out to win that. Shaiko, Benja, Doki, doesn't matter. You back them in every day of the week. Now, Pengu, it's actually been a while since we've seen these two teams play against each other. Of course, Shifters played through the SI LCQ, failed to make it, knocked out by Twisted Minds. G2, of course, didn't play in the LCQ because they were already qualified, which means that these teams didn't meet the invitation, they didn't meet the qualifiers. You know the last time they played each other, Nick?
When?
It was at the Munich Major, and Shifters, at the time BDS, actually beat G2 in the group stage. It was an 8-7. Yeah, I know. Quite a long time ago. Turn back the clock. So it's been a while between drinks in this particular matchup between these two teams.
Of course, in Russia changes, a rebranding in the meantime, and here we are. New map as well, a lot of changes as we keep saying. Somebody sees onto last mo, removing Dokkaebi from action. No call, no hacks, that's a huge pick. Stompin, you know, coming from console and now being a demon on SMG12 also on PC, there's just something about it. Because the SMG12 is like a menace of a weapon on controller. Has like very little recoil compared to a mouse and keyboard. He makes it look so goddamn easy. Oh, it's the Skylight C4 from downtown.
No, really?
Yeah, it was.
Someone's been watching Savage.
Yeah, someone's been watching. Someone's been... I mean, all it takes is one player doing it successfully, and then everyone's gonna be like, I want to try that too. And it worked. Yeah. Good Grims. Not banned. It's the first map we've seen Grim in like so many playdays. Because APL always banned it for EML. All of the day, he was banned as too.
So, G2 wanted to get rid of the double shields. And so they did, but the Grim and the Capitao in combo can come out. Wow, this is very cheeky. I like this, but the traps might make this very difficult here from P4. Yeah. The fire comes out from the Capitao, but Stompin here on the Warden. Wow! He finds a safe haven. Playing a game of the floor is lava, but he finds somewhere to call home for a brief moment. Low HP, can't afford to take any damage. Blaz needs to find this kill, but Benja's not going to swing out of medbay. And G2 have restabilized very happily after denying that plant. It's going to be a desperate drop down the hatch for Freck into the waiting arms of Doki, who finds the final 2 kills for G2. And they look very solid. And as always, Doki has a big smile on his dial. And oh man, what is that? Is that Shaiko laughing? Is that Shaiko enjoying playing Siege? No, this isn't the Shaiko that I know from the Falcons days. Something's changed.
I mean, like you said, right? The Falcons documentary, Shaiko saying that a change was needed. He wasn't sure about things anymore. I do think there comes a point in a roster where you feel stuck. And it can be for a lot of different reasons, right? It can be that you don't want to leave your favorite teammate. You're stuck in a contract. You got a lot of offers. Or you just feel like there's no better options out there for me because I'm in such a good team already. Because mind you, even if Shaiko wasn't happy in Falcons or they didn't win Grand Finals, they were one of the best teams in the world for 2 years straight doing phenomenal stuff together. How are you gonna leave that happily? But you also can get stuck in a rut mentally being like, I don't like it here, but I'm still staying for the sake of it. He's now in a new roster, in a new team, and we spoke about this off camera before we went live in this matchup. You said that you had listened to the Down But Not Out podcast and Terror's podcast. And he said LML during that kind of said, we wanted to give Shaiko as much freedom to enjoy the time, exist, you know, live and breathe and be happy in this roster and giving the tools that he needed to shine. It has been a matter of they wanted this player. They're gonna make room for this player.
That's right. Instead of saying to Shaiko, you have to do X, Y, Z, you say, well, Shaiko, what do you want to do? We'll work around you. You're that good that we will implement whatever you want into the team. We'll adjust our team around you. And I think a big thing for Shaiko with this move is G2 and Falcons sit on opposite ends of a particular spectrum, which is their team culture and their team vibe, right? Falcons are so bloody serious, right? It's all about the win. They're highly passionate. They're highly volatile. G2 are a bunch of circus monkeys. They're a bunch of clowns. And Doki is part of what keeps the brevity and just the hilarity in this team. Now, I tell you what, despite being clowns, they are also very bloody good at this video game, and they found a really nice angle onto P4 early on, leaving Shifters with a little bit of an awkward start to the round.
It's almost annoying how much fun they can have sometimes. You think, are they even taking it serious? They're just laughing, they're just memeing, but they are very serious in the server. A 2v1 swing attempted there by Doki and Alamau, looking to isolate those attacking members of Shifters. With that vertical pick earlier on P4 outside the main door, it's been a struggle getting map control ever since. They're stuck on museum windows, stuck on the main stairs, stuck in the tower. Blast hasn't been dropped yet to do any of the hard destruction. It's only when G2 allows them the space that they take it, which is now because G2 fell back.
Hostile approaching. Reloading.
See what Robbie could do with the snake. He gets a bit of information. Oi! Ooh, nice little one tap there from Freck.
That's a C4 too.
Yeah, denies the C4, but Stompin has shut out the Blackbeard Elasmo, which means Shifters have one less ingredient to really brute force their way into it. Freck's going to have to go big. There's a lot of hype behind this Dutchman, but he's fighting a mirror window. And Blaz has gone down, alleviating a lot of pressure. Good shot from Robbie. He needs to have a continued impact here on the solid snake. He now knows where two of the remaining three defenders of G2 are. He's about to get swung by Stompin all the way down the hallway. And Shaiko from the mirror window finds both of the final two kills. G2 retake the lead over Shifters.
Very good positioning right there. They had a player in the middle, essentially Shaiko can swing to his left or his right or behind him, in front of him. And then you have the two other members kind of just playing at the ends of the bomb site. You know, they can swing one hallway or they can just not swing the hallway. And Shaiko was the one making the moves, choosing, I'm gonna fight, you know, this player with my teammate and then that player with my teammate, ensuring that it's a 2v1 in both areas of the map. It's a really good discipline from G2. He said circus monkeys because often they would throw that kind of 3 versus 2 because they wouldn't have the discipline, but they did maintain it this time around. I think that first round victory from Shifters made them change their tune a bit and go, okay, this is a game. Okay, we gotta sharpen up, boys, because they actually are pretty good. This kill though. Oof.
Yeah, man, what an angle there from Shaiko. I don't know. I want to know what res, what aspect ratio. I want to know all that for Shaiko, how he can see through such a narrow angle like that.
I can tell you, 4-3-84, 5-5-30, or 6-6-30, depending on which one he does these days. He's been playing the same setup like most of his career.
400 or 800 DPI?
He would be 800 if he still stay. Although there's some players went 1600 DPI route in recent history because of some talk about less input delay, which is like minuscule. So I had to double check actually.
If you go 1600 DPI though, you're going to be like in the 1, 2, 3 kind of level of your horizontal vertical sensitivity. You really don't have much leeway. Like, I want a 10% faster sense. Well,
yeah, no, you go up 1 or down, it's like so much more. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it's complicated, right? Because you got multipliers, you got DPI, and you got in-game sense. So people can go, oh, I play 800 DPI. And people go, oh my god, that's so slow. But then if you play 800 DPI 50-50, you can do like a zillion 360s in a mouse per turn. Then you got Reeps from Weibo in Asia, right? He plays 1600 DPI 56-56. He plays not just the highest in Suzy, it's the highest I've ever seen in Siege history. In Pro League level at least.
Oh, honestly, probably the highest in any FPS game.
It's up there. It's up there.
I'll tell you what, Freck's not half bad either. That one tap.
He's alright.
He's alright. He's alright. I remember a lot of hype around Freck when he joined Shifters. Obviously, he'd been on a couple of kind of lower end teams. And a lot of people have been very excited to see what he can achieve. Sadly, Shifters as a team haven't achieved a lot since he's joined them.
There's also harder playing in EML. There's a lot of good competition, and the old guard organizations in, you know, BDS that became Falcons and now G2 that's been going on for since 2018 summer. They've been maintaining that number 1, number 2 spot for a good majority of these years.
Secret. Secret.
Secret is the new guard. I said old guard, so I'm mentioning the old guard first, right? Secret is the new guard. They're doing pretty good. They had a great game earlier today. Robbie, though, and this still could be player, him and Lasmo, they keep finding pick after pick. This time it's Stompin, removed on central stairs. It's a good pick in terms of like you play the 5 vs 4 game, but look at this. They don't gain anything else with it. They're going to rotate outside the building, try and work the breach, try and work a different angle, so it's just a pick.
Pick is a pick is a pick. And, oh, hello. That's a nice bit of aggro there from Shaiko. He says, hey, mate, by the way, I took your spot on this team. I'll see you later. Now Shifters have to figure out how do they get back into this round. And I think that pushing in through Con might actually be the play. Through Bathroom. No, they're actually just going to really try and brute force this door, baby. Oh, this is going to be very deadly, and that Candela is not going to land correctly. Robbie's trying to get into a plant position. He will do so, but Doki is getting on a little bit of an aggressive play with that shotgun, and the fire from Alamau will indeed miss. It's a retake scenario for G2 in the 4v3, but there's a lot of chaos, which might lend itself to a bit of G2 malarkey as they get aggressive. Alamau is the last one remaining with Lasmo jumping in the window to find that kill. Good shot from Alamau. 1v1.
Has the fire.
He has the fire, and he might be able to use it to keep P4 at bay. Now, P4 is running shotgun, which means he's advantaged in the close range fight. How does Alamau decide to play this? He needs to try and bait out P4. He wants to try and take the fight. Doesn't have much time. Brings out the bearing 9 now, and P4 needs to just clutch this. He gets up nice and close, finds the kill, but there's no time. He'll be able to stick the defuse, but he does not have time on the clock. Big clutch from P4 for Shifters to find their second round.
Alamau almost playing it down to perfection. We're talking a half a second. It is so incredibly close. A nice try, good attempt there at the retake. The post plant is so tricky, right? You're 1 vs 2, you don't have information, timer's taken away. It really came down to whether or not the Tashanka fire hits the plant position. And this is the thing about Fortress being a new map. You probably don't know every lineup just yet because they haven't been figured out and you haven't tried every single thing possible. I'm sure there's a really good to use, maybe pretty easy to land Tashanka fire for that particular plant spot. It didn't seem like Alamau knew where that was happening. It's that they didn't realize that they were planning in that exact location. This Miss Candela, that was kind of funny too. So it's one of those things where if that's like any other map, we have a bit more experience on the Tashanka, you probably just outright deny the plant in the first place. But that's how it goes. Gotta learn.
I wonder how much of an advantage Shifters have
10 seconds
with
left.
Blaz knowing a lot of how G2 like to play. Obviously, he was with this roster for quite a long time, and he would have been there for all the dry runs, all the strat sessions. He would have played their whole handbook.
You think they did dry runs and strat sessions in G2? I thought they were circus monkeys, James. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but I mean, have you seen Romalio? Like, he's like the lion tamer at the circus. He's doing his best. He's got a lot of ideas. I'm not telling you Doki's listening to them, but Romalio is doing his best.
Romalio's presenting, and you just cut to the players, they're all sleeping. You know, they're just sitting there snoozing at their desk. What a one-tap, man, on the Reaper.
Second one-tap of the game for Freck, by the way.
One on Benja, one on Shaiko. He's gonna do one-tap both the newcomers on the G2 roster. Welcome to G2, buddies.
It's so stylish because you could tell that was just his last little, he's just going to tap it and then he's going to move away. Like, no matter what, he never even registered that kill had gotten before he decided he was going to unpeak. Oh, man, it's another 5v3 for Shifters. I'm getting deja vu.
We've seen this round before, and last time it did get a little bit too close to comfort if you're Shifters, but it did get the dub at the end of the round. Now, Benji must have had a bit of a quiet game, sitting on that 0-4 scoreline. He's on the Ella, and there's no better time than right now to really start showing up on that scoreboard. You need a kill here for G2. You need a pick somewhere on the map, because otherwise you can do the verticality into execute. I will say this tertiary bomb site has a lot of angles and a lot of map to work with, which kind of favors G2, given the fact that they're down 2 players.
think the
What a call.
Dokumi here is big, though. For Shifters,
They don't hear him.
Doki
though.
was trying to go unnoticed. I'm pretty confident that they know where he is after
I
that
think they
gunfire
have
as
to.
well, but Stompins find one.
Reloading.
Yep.
Oh,
I think
maybe you're
that
right.
they thought it was down the hatch because it sounds
ready.
similar.
They're
And now
closing
Benji
in.
finds another one.
5v3 to 2v3. Stompin exposing his position, but that nade will not find him. And Lasmo has a tall task ahead of
Area
him,
in the
as does
clear.
Blaz. Good info from the pop with that Solid Snake gadget, but it's now Blaz up against 3 from a 5v3 to a 0v3 for Shifters. Shaka will have a chuckle about that. Big clutch up from the 3 guys on the G2 side.
Again, I think it's a perfect bomb site on this map to lose 2 members early because you got so much map to work with. Dogi hiding upstairs, they thought the Dogi call came from the hatch beneath him, he gets a flank, stomping on side, finds a player ratting beneath, and then you just go for a swing of your Benja. And just like that, the round is wide open. Had that been one of the primary bomb sites upstairs, you're gonna have, most of the attackers just pushing together from the same side, fighting 2v1, 3v1, using utility together. Because the checklist is kind of small. You take one half of the map and you slowly push towards the bomb site. But on that tertiary, you gotta get 3 flank drones, bunch of vert, breach the hatch, take the map control, push the bomb site door. It's so many things. So much can go wrong. And it's why sometimes you see tertiary bomb sites be actually a little bit better than primary ones in terms of success rate. Because attackers have less experience tagging against them, because you don't always get to see them as often, and you don't have things as fully figured out. Because again, it's not a common occurrence. You only go tertiary bomb sites when you win 2 defenses, or you say, we can't win either of our defenses, I guess we'll try the tertiary. So, just less experience on it.
And more variables as well, right? Like
Yeah.
The big map. It's, if you're in a 5v3 and you're on, a CCTV clubhouse attack,
Oh, yeah.
it's pretty easy to just be like, well, we're going to take the minimum amount of the map possible,
That's scary.
just get this done.
Yeah.
That was, if Lasmo had taken any damage through the, I don't know what it's made of, sandstone wall, I would have been a bit upset for him.
Okay, Mr. Architect. Oh, and he wins that gunfight?
I love that. I mean, that's just like a pre-lineup. Oh! And Benja has a Nitro
this
Cell
one. Come on,
lineup.
and this
Meanwhile,
one.
Stompin has one as well, the Savage C4.
That is a round of Fortress in Rainbow Six Siege of all time. Like, so many things just falling apart. Not even because Shifters messed up, but a window bang, a C4 through a Maverick hole, and the Maverick only stopped, breaching and watching because his teammate died. So that's, one small thing, domino effect. Everything else happens because of that one sole thing. Oh my god!
Man, we've seen a lot of nice little shots today, haven't we? Robbie perfectly threads the needle onto Shaiko, and maybe there is a way back into it here for Shifters, to the 3v4 now.
Kawan deployed.
There are some sharpshooters in this server. It is actually kind of ridiculous at this point. Final round in the half, though. They're looking for that even scoreline. A player below gets seen but not shot or killed. And now they know it's 3v3 on the bomb side. Well, they chased him.
Yeah, Lasmo solo tried to chase Benja. I mean,
Robbie.
this feels like a lost cause now. I mean, Robbie, don't get too distracted.
Leave him alone.
Giving Benja what he wants. Benja loves getting a fight. And if you continue hunting him down, he's just going to waste your time. Best case scenario, you take him down. You've still got a lot of time to deal with. Very low HP on both Freck and Robbie, but they finally get the job done on Benja. Now a 2v3 on the bomb site.
They're so low, though. One ticket of smoke bait and they're injured and dead. One thorn trap just, right near them, or far away from them. They'll still get injured.
You have to sprint through a thorn trap to even have a chance.
Yeah,
of surviving.
no stopping. The timer is 35. Gotta start moving. They know where one player is, but look at this gas. It's keeping them at bay.
Yeah, and can't even breathe it in for a second. Stompin's shotgun would snipe either of these players as well. Time is ticking away. Still one more gas in for Alamau. Oh, he's going to die to the gas surely. Somehow he sneaks through it. Robbie finds a kill on a Doki. Maybe, just maybe, this is winnable. Freck has to have a big moment as well, but he's locked out because of that gas. The swing comes through from Stompin, finds the first one. Robbie forcing that plant down. Gets a bit of an angle, but Alamau will shut him out of it. And so G2 back on top again over Shifters.
All right, so G2, they find the momentum and they figure things out, but that is going to be their first half, right? That's your defensive side. Can they attack with the same kind of success? Because that's going to be a lot more difficult. The desk is ready to talk about what just happened. Break it down, friends.
Thank you, guys. And what a back and forth we're seeing so far, not just in the rounds, but also inside these rounds in this first half here. Unfortunately, though, for the likes of Shifters and their fans, it is the same old. They win some rounds, you get super excited, Leo, and then that round 5 and round 6 maybe in the later half as well, it just seems to be running away from them.
Yeah, it's just like, I feel like they're trying to do things the right way. I think that they have a good plan. They utilize utility-based operators. They gain the control that they need. That first round was a great example of that. Good post plant. Maybe a little too close for comfort. I will say this. But I think in general, they have the right idea in mind. The problem is G2 pull their super core. They pulled, yeah, some of the one-taps that were hitting, whether it was Frag, whether it was Ruby, were insane. But I think in general, G2 hit their super power, and that is aggression, that is power moves, and that is just the strength of G2, right? Their individual gunplay. Even that one could have been a round won by G2, that should have been won by Shifters. And that's a consistent story here, Jack. Whether Shifters are good or not in the theory, in the utility, in the strategy, G2, they combat that by being aggressive, and Shifters let it all go away.
It's definitely that kind of juxtaposition of a team that wants to do things in the right way and for the most part had a really decent macro strategy, but the micro in terms of the gunfights, unfortunately this game is an FPS, and when the other side just frags so much harder than you can or you are at the minute, then you'll end up losing the round regardless of whether you've got the right strategy or not. And I think Shifters are going to feel a little bit sorry for themselves, in all honesty, that they're coming away with a 2-4 split there, because I thought their strategy was good enough for at least a 3-3, maybe even a 4-2. And yeah, for G2, you know, I think good enough for them, I would say. Like I say, it still takes some big individual moments, some round recoveries that, you know, arguably shouldn't usually happen at this level, but they will be looking forward to their attacks because generally that's where G2 end up being a stronger team.
We've definitely praised Liloon before for her tactical timeouts and the way she talks to the team, especially in these 2 minutes as well, right? As the players get a chance to talk to each other after this first half. What is there to recover? How well can G2 attack on this map too? The second half is ready to go.
Thank you, analysts. Yes, time to get back into it, and I really just want to piggyback off what Jack was saying there, Pengu. Fresh pointing out that, look, Shifters played really well in that attack. They played smart siege, but, you know, of course, if the opponents are gunning you, it's much harder to execute that. But for me, it's really down to Alamau, right? He has such a vision of the game. He really loves that aggressive Brazilian playstyle. He loves to create chaos, and if he knows that Shifters want to try and execute step by step, then he's going to get up in their faces. He's going to send all his little minions after you.
I think when you have a team leader like this, because we speak about this shift from, you know, Shiger playing in Falcons and the leadership of League Attack, who's probably more strict and more like, hey guys, your job is this in the round, don't stray off the strategy because then we're gonna lose kind of thing, like it's very set in stone, to Alamau, who is, you know, we call them like the circus monkeys, the clowns, and we don't mean that necessarily like super disrespectfully, but it is a bit of a meme show sometimes, for good and for worse. And I mean, we're seeing Shaiko, like, big smile every time the player camps. They're running around, they're doing stuff, they probably have so much more freedom. And because they have that star power in the individual players, they can just roll over so many teams and win so many unwinnable rounds of individual skill level. And that's gotta be very refreshing for Shaiko.
And I tell you what, if you win a 2v5 like G2 did on that kitchen defense, then it means you're not afraid to go for these crazy aggressive plays in a 5v5. Because look, if I die, my teammates will cut you.
Exactly.
It's fine.
And no one's gonna sit there and go, oh my god, why did you peek? Why'd you do this? They'll be like, bro, I'll do the same thing. Good on you.
Yeah.
Like, it's a bit more laid back. Yeah. You believe in the play. You have what we call vibe, but I think Benj is also a huge vibe player. That's not, again, that's not a bad thing. That's great.
Oh, nice. A C4 expected to try and take down.
Yeah, he's got 4 more.
Frayora gate. That's the thing, right? But it does telegraph that there's some kind of a play here for G2. Shifters are trying to read into it. They know that the pressure's coming on through. It's Alamau on the Monty. Really tempting fate. Actually spots one of the Yokais, takes it down. G2 poke and prod and then fall back. They don't need to rush this. They've got exactly what they want.
Oh, and a great shot from Frek on the little lean angle. Eggadron comes out, and with that he re-aggresses once more, because making Alamau and the Monty vulnerable.
Yep, that's right. Frek wants to team up with the Monty. on the Monty with the Echo, but actually P4 has fallen. Doki has managed to somehow find a backstab onto him himself. Doki's gone big for 3 kills in the round. And out of nowhere, the tide has turned in favor, once again, of G2. Blaz and Lasmo try and stand tall against 3 players, but when one of them is a Monty, even a C4 cannot seal the deal.
Animal has to now tell people, guys, we've had our fun, now let me do the work. He's asked to walk in the building right now, or perhaps drone it first, and figure out, are the corners clear, so I can fight a singular angle. And then just get information. We see Benchmaster, he is the biggest rat in the server, not helping his teammate, but it might just win in the round. If he finds the backstab angle at the perfect time and get just one of these 2 kills, it almost up everything for his teammates.
Oh, you're so right, Peng. You look at the way Benja backstabs at the perfect moment. Lasmo has lost one of his doors because of the Rayora gate, and Benja's stolen the show for 2 on the backstab. The Dane is back on G2, and he's looking better than ever. G2 are 5 rounds up to just 2 for Shifters.
Now that is what we call a long-term investment, and then a return on that exact same thing. Literally, that round was 4 versus 5 from the side of G2, plus they lost a member early to Frek getting that opening pick, right? So that becomes 3 people fighting the world. Dogi finding 3 DMR kills in quick succession off the information game from Alamau and just covering the angles. Benja this entire time, 3rd floor tower renovation, he was in that tower spot literally the entire round until he got the final 2 kills. And it's one of those moments where if G2 don't find the entry because of Doki and they don't get that push going, Benja is going to do nothing that round, and they're going to lose without having a player playing the game. Thankfully, it did work out, but it goes to show how much foresight they had in that strategy. Let's get the Aurora to enable the window jump in and not roam clear half the map. Then get a flank drone downstairs on Central, and then both flanks are covered by utility. Then we get a Monty Shield, the only operator in the game that can push into a triple crossfire and come out alive and somehow survive the echo stuns as well. There are so many small details that gets G2 that round victory, and it's from every single individual putting in a ton of work before the round even started.
Yeah, one thing that really stuck out at me there is, as you said, I mean, Alamau getting so much value on the Monty despite the Echo. Really credit to him for knowing how to play it despite one of his biggest counters and most deadly adversaries being in the server, staring at him the whole time. Massive credit to Alamau and G2 for getting that done.
Yeah.
And
Also,
another thing to note. Oh yeah. You can,
maybe you have it. No, you go first. I think you have it.
No.
We're doing this.
I definitely don't have it.
I was gonna say it plays further into it when they've banned smoke and clash from the side of G2, right? Because it's further enabling the shield play, the planting, the pushing. Because what's gonna stop them? They're not gonna pitch a Shangan Fortress. It's a new map. Anima tried that. He also missed the fire. So it's gonna be Goyo Fire, maybe, or Ella as your only Monty counters, except of course the Echo that they tried.
That was not what I was thinking. Oh, great point. I'm sure the Monty ban will come out after this round, but G2 can abuse it one more time. I was going to say that 2 of the times Shifters have found the opening kill, G2's won the round anyway. But every time G2 finds it, they convert it to a round win. Now, yet another time that Shifters find the opening kill, that's okay. We've seen G2 win these a lot, and that's a great response. Beautiful little tap there onto Lasmo, and now they don't have to worry about the pulse.
And another one fall off from Stomp, and in the smoke on the glass finds Robbie. So now the bumps is open, the flank denied, and once again, we're looking at Anima on the Monty to stabilize and say, guys, I can walk in and plant in this location. He's doing that right here.
And Benja knows he doesn't have to overcommit to the swing. Yeah, Alamau even decides to forfeit just a bit of ground for a brief moment because he was vulnerable to that C4.
Yeah.
It's Bait had another swing from Frek, which Stompin has been able to down but not confirm as of yet. Alamau's just biding his time.
You can
doesn't need to get too crazy.
If he walks in all the way, like literally straight ahead, he can plant in deep wall in the bombs so there's a lot more cover. The C4 won't reach him either. He's doing it now.
Yeah, and there is one Nitro cell still available here. It's for Blaz. A big retake here for P4, but Stompin and Shaiko together have gone big. Alamau takes a bit of damage, but G2 will find the final remaining defender of Shifters and put themselves on match point. It feels like the map has barely begun, and G2 is just about ready to seal the deal.
Yeah, he's got the popcorn.
He's got popcorn.
Bro's got the popcorn basket.
Bro's popped it.
Dude, this is not the
Where's
time
my
to bring...
popcorn? Are you not entertained?
I'll be honest. If you're Striker right now, I don't think you are entertained. The game's too easy. Look at this. He's munching. He's feasting in and out the server. He's literally clip farming shifters in Pro League.
Le popcorn, sucre.
Look at this. That was the first clip farm right there. Beautiful entry shot. That was Doki dying early on Deimos, who was 11-4. Like that was their the most franking power in the server from scoreboard standards died early, and they got these things stomping. They got Shaiko, they got Benchmaster, a desk slam there, frustration from the side of Blast, of course, having that teammate rivalry or ex-teammate rivalry. Has tough. And P4, I mean, we haven't mentioned his name a ton this game. He is currently 0-8. He has yet to find the scoreboard. That has not helped in the slightest. We talk about the fracking power of G2 and how high of a level they have individually. When you then have shifters who, yes, they have great players, don't get me wrong, but when a player is going 0-8, they don't have a fifth member. So it just makes these rounds so much more difficult when their opponents are hitting all their shots.
Starting shot drone.
Reload.
Can't help but feel like the tilt's starting to set in here for shifters. I said they get to ban the Monty after that round. I forgot. I was a little bit too premature. Yeah,
No, I thought
we have one more
thing.
round, and then we have the operator bans. I got a little bit too ahead of myself. But yeah, I mean, funnily enough, they're not even bringing the Monty this round, G2.
To be fair, I don't think Monty's actually that good for this bomb site. I think it's, again, I think you need other operators to make the round work, actually.
Oh. See you later, Blaz.
He's fine.
Elmau's been down somewhere, but Shaiko's gone big. He's really earning his paycheck on G2. Two early kills. 11-5 at the moment, rivaling Doki. He's hungry for more, looking for another one, and he's the top fragger on the server.
Whistling.
Keen to continue fighting. Lasmo will shut him down, but surely there's a trade here from Doki. Lasmo needs to find both of them. Thankfully, P4 gets into the action, gets off the donut and onto the breadstick. But look at Benja, he's deep in the bomb site.
Yeah.
Amidst the chaos, he's stuck behind enemy lines.
This Prime Benja instantly takes the gap in control, gets the bomb site and the flank watch. Stompin starts planting and Call comes out as well. They know if they're gonna push him. Doki says Thunderbird. What operator is that? Is this a joke? 1v3.
Well, the Thunderbird does not save him from getting destroyed by that F2 from Benja, and Stompin will finally put to rest what has been an unbelievable performance out of this new G2. They are a super team full of superheroes, and they completely obliterate shifters.
Thank you very much, Jacob. I'll take some of those popcorns. Great game, great performance, and a good bit of laughter to go alongside with it. G2, yes, they have two new players. If you thought they were going to have a bad start, you'd be wrong. The break is ready. We'll be back shortly with the disc breaking it down.
G2 7-2 the result of this game, and therefore we get to speak to the victors. As always, we have Doki on the line to ask him a few questions. Doki, congrats on the win. I want to know how you experienced this game, because you guys were clutching quite some rounds back in this one.
Yeah, hello guys, first of all. Haven't seen you this kickoff yet. How is everybody doing?
Good, very good.
Good. Roll reverse
Yeah.
on the interview. Hello, Jack.
Yeah, I'm taking over the interview now, guys. Just to let you know. No, yeah, good game, right? Yeah, good game. What did you say? A lot of clutches? I don't even know. But yeah,
No,
it was,
it's, like I felt like Shifters were strategically winning quite some rounds, and you guys were clutching them back. So how did you experience that?
yeah, I mean, we said it after the round one. I think it was a 3v5 in like 5 seconds. We literally just said, like, guys, like, we almost won this round, and like they just destroyed us in the first second. So like, maybe stop being a bit cocky, you know. So we kind of step back a bit, tried played more like strategy, kind of layered defenses with the bandit, reinforcing the walls, blah 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 blah. So yeah, I mean that's G2, I guess. We have a lot of clutch players, so we have to make it entertaining.
You do. I mean, in fact, we have one to show you as well. We don't always do this, but we want to get your opinion on a Shaiko clip. Doing something
please, I love
interesting
Shaiko.
today. What's your thoughts?
He was at Disneyland last night with his girlfriend. I'm not even kidding. He was trolling. He's trolling the game. He went to Disneyland instead of preparing for the game. So I guess he got some popcorn to celebrate early yesterday, and he's got some leftover. So yeah, clip farming, bros, clip farming.
In all
How do we rate
seriousness,
this as a... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
that's right. I was going to say, Jack. In all seriousness, Shaiko's joined the team. He's dropped double digits every single map he's played for you guys. You must be like absolutely thrilled to have him with you.
Yeah, I mean it's always been a dream of mine to play with Shaiko. I think everybody knows I'm a big fan of him. That's no secret. But yeah, I mean he's a great teammate as well. I think he gets a lot of bad rep on social media for being like a bad teammate for some reason, but it's completely obvious. Completely opposite, sorry. It's so obvious he's a bad teammate. No. Yeah, fuck him. No. He's a great teammate. I mean, he's always hyping up people in the game as well, which is something that I didn't really expect, like not playing with him before. So he's really, really vocal in games, like always bringing the hype, you know, let's fucking go guys, come on, we got this, blah, 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 blah. So that's a good side to him that probably a lot of people don't see. But yeah, absolutely thrilled to have him. I'm so happy to have Benja back. Benja's not getting the limelight because we have Shaiko and Stompin in the team, but I'm so happy to have Benja back. He's the best. So yeah, just very happy right now. Very, very happy.
Jack, I think looking at this roster, I think one other thing that's obvious is just the sheer firepower that you guys have on it. And I'm just wondering, especially because I was looking at, you know, a few of the early rounds where you, like you said, it was a 3v5 on the round one and you almost brought it back. And there will be many occasions where you guys do that. Do you think that at some point the firepower becomes like a big win condition for you? And maybe in some ways it means that you won't train as much in the strategic aspect, in the cohesion aspect, you will basically rely way too much on the firepower and might bite you in the end?
If we didn't have Ramalho, Camera, and Alamau, I would say yeah. But those guys are like nerds at the game, so we do like 2 hours of theory before scrims every day. I'm so bored of it. Like, oh my god. But yeah, we have a lot of theory talk. So if we didn't have those guys, I'd say yeah, probably would. But those guys keep us in check, and I think that's kind of a bit of confidence from us as players. Like we know we can win the game just based off of our individual fragging abilities ourselves. But like it's good to start with the strategy and then fall back on the gun skill if like shit hits the fan. You know what I mean? So like yeah. That's kind of the mentality we have right now.
I think I saw some of that when you guys tried to... It was not so much of a rush, but it was like a limited take on the Commander's bomb site where you brought the Riora and you Riora'd off bunks and you tried to play horse.
Yeah,
and I'm like, these guys are forcing 4 players through one doorway. How is it working? And then you get a triple kill. And I'm like, okay, this is exactly the kind of strategy that I was thinking of, where you guys can come up with things that I've not seen before on the new map.
Well, in the contrary to what I've just said, that was an on-the-fly thing that Ramalho said before the game. Ramalho literally just said, Doki, play Aurora. Carl said, play Aurora, Doki, instead of the Hibana. Like, whatever, fuck that. Play the Aurora and just close the door and kill everybody. So I was like, all right. I listen to Daddy. So yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and about the players that you have on your team as well and everything that happened in this game. It's always good to have you on the desk here with us, and we wish you best of luck with one more game in the Super Week.
Thank you guys. Have a good night. See you later.
Thank you, Zach.
You too. Right, there was a lot to kind of dissect from this interview, really, talking about the rounds, the on-the-fly adaptation, but also the praise for the teammates that he has surrounding him. Because we always talk about Shaiko, right? We always talk about Stompen, but for Benja as well, Jack, it's a player that's kind of, and it sounds weird, right? Has flown under the radar, maybe with joining this roster, even after lifting a freaking hammer. But once again, he's showing it that he's so worth this roster with G2.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really glad actually that Jack gave him a shout out there, because I think ultimately when you make a super team, you accept that you're a big fish on previous rosters, but you're not going to be a big fish in necessarily the roster that is the super team. I think Benja obviously can go under the radar because he's a little bit quieter. He's a little bit more unassuming a presence than maybe some of his teammates, but that doesn't mean he's any less of a player. And I think the other thing that Doki said that impressed me in that interview, as we see Shaiko with his popcorn once again trolling the team going to Disneyland, the thing that impressed me from Doki in that interview is the amount of theory that they do, the fact that actually they want that solid foundation and that's what they want to win them the games, but they have the acknowledgement that when that does go wrong, when shit hits the fan, as Doki said, they do have that clutch potential.
Yeah, I think that's where I see the rewards long term, right? They are putting in the investment so that they layer a good base, a good fundamentals, that they have, strategies that have not been seen before. Whatever it was, that cool with the Riora that was on the fly just before the game. That's still innovation to me. That's still something we had not seen before. So these kind of things I think is good because not only do they have the incredible firepower, but if they train themselves to be a good team with the right cohesion and the right adaptations, the right strategy, then in the end, there isn't really weak points there. So if they can make this team of superstars work as one, then we will have a very, very good contender, not only for EML between Falcons and them, but also finally for international events.
And I think this is what we've been saying is that we feel that, and G2 seems to feel like that, and we certainly feel like that, they'll be good enough to get Salt Lake just based on their firepower alone. They have an abundance of it, but realistically, that's where we'll really see G2 get tested, is when they're up against the M80s, the FaZe, the Furias of this world. That's when we'll really know if that strategy and that team cohesion is actually there.
And we're singing the praises of G2 as we should be doing, but for the other side, for Shifters, things get really rough right now. They're still in that fourth spot, and there's actually the opportunity for Heretics to get even with them in regards of points. Heretics are playing in our final game of the day, so maybe just like Shaiko, everybody's good to go and grab their popcorn to be ready for the final game of the day, Heretics versus Virtus Pro. One more game left today, and that's between Virtus Pro and Team Heretics. Now, we've already talked a little bit about the situation inside of Group A, but Jack, please, when we have a look at Group A and the possibilities, please talk us through what Team Heretics need if they don't want to get grouped here.
Well, first and foremost, they need to find a win, which they've not found in their previous 3 games at all. They've only just accumulated enough rounds across 3 maps to find, you know, a win's worth. But the fact that Shifters just lost so convincingly in terms of round difference really, really helped Heretics out. Because if Heretics somehow in this fixture manage to get a 7-2 or better, they can, in theory, scrape through in 4th place. Should Shifters get 7-0 tomorrow. That was a hard one.
It is a hard one to say.
Say that 3 times fast, that's impossible.
Should Shifters get 7-0 or 7-1 tomorrow?
I'm not gonna attempt to try that sentence ever, but I will say that is a lot of hope, Jack. But that is such a difficult scenario, though. Like, I mean, well, let's be real. Like, Heretics are mostly grouped here, and I do believe that even though the results of Shifters might impact it, I think what's really important here is the stake for Virtus Pro, because right now they're in the lead. You saw it with Group A. They've had a stellar start in this stage, undefeated. They beat G2 as well. They're looking amazing. With that in mind, that means that if they win this game and win the game tomorrow, they will be guaranteed 1st seed, which means they will go in match 5 that you see all the way here in the upper bracket. That means that they get 2 potential BO3s to go to Salt Lake City, and should they win a single one of those BO3s, they guarantee themselves a spot at the major. And honestly, that would be beautiful to see for a VP that had such a difficult stage, went to a full roster overhaul, and trusted 2 Frenchmen to take on the vision of the team with a Brazilian coach.
It is the opportunity for Heretics here to kind of not only just ruin the party for Shifters, but also for Virtus Pro in that case, taking down their chances of making it the top 1. But it will be really difficult, right? It's not without a reason that we find Heretics at the bottom of the scoreboard and Virtus Pro prior to this playday in spot 2. And I think if we look at their stats, Jack, it kind of reflects that difference in caliber as well.
Yeah, we've pulled the team stats across Virtus Pro and Team Heretics, and the percentages are what the percentages are, but the actual leaderboard in terms of 1 to 10 of EML teams, this is where both of these 2 teams are. VP, lots of 3rd, 4th, 2nd on key stats, attack, defense, win rate, team KD, and entry conversion, and Heretics 9th and 10th on the leaderboard. And that's blatantly obvious to see, right? VP are top of their group, or were top of their group coming into today, and Heretics were bottom. And that would say on paper that actually VP should absolutely devour Heretics inside of this game.
And if you look closely on the rosters as well, both of these teams chose to pick up a rookie, multiple rookies on the side of Heretics. And if we compare 2 rookies that are supposed to be entries/vex players, we're gonna see the impact. I mean, Rorik, instant impact, almost double digits every single time, so consistent with it. And we look at Riaz on the other side, that's supposed to be the entry, supposed to be the fragger on the side of Heretics, who's struggling a lot. And I mean, the sheer difference between Riaz and Rorik here, I think is just another statement of the difference of caliber between the 2 teams.
It's their first time showing up inside of the EML with Kickoff here, but it's also the last game for Heretics, so kind of their last chance to go out with dignity should they not win this game here and get that victory over the line. Can have a look at the map veto though. Is this the best of 1 between these 2 teams? Hopefully for Heretics, they can play best of 3s inside of the EML at some point, but oh, Leo, I heard you get excited for Consulate.
I don't know if I'm excited. I feel like, wow. I mean, why was surprised? Like, I mean, I was like, VP just beat G2 on that map, okay? Let's take that into account. Second point about this. Skyscraper is out of the map pool. Consulate is now the most defender-sided map in the map pool. Second point, okay? Who's starting in defense here? Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro.
Yeah, so they are on the most defender-sided map. They're starting in defense on the map on which they beat G2. They're playing Team Heretics on it, which, by the way, has a 19% defense win rate. We've just seen it.
Ooh.
And VP has one of the best defense win rate in the league. That, just to set up context about the difference in caliber between the 2 teams, that is a very surprising map to go to for Team Heretics. They should have, I guess a counter-strat plan because of the VOD between VP and G2, but that is a huge gamble.
We just heard that Heretics will be starting out on the defense, so luckily for them in the first half, maybe things will be a little bit easier for them. And though, as you said, actually, Heretics with that kind of rough side on the defense as well. it could be fireworks. Maybe not in the likes or the favor of Heretics inside this game. This is the last time they will play a best of one inside of the EML kickoff. Can they make it out of groups, or will they fall short here? Just as best of one to determine, and it is ready.
Yeah, it is, and we're ready to get into it. Now, Nick, I'll be honest here. I'm very excited to see the new Virtus Pro for the first time ever since departing from their Russian roster. But on the flip side of that, I'm also keen to see Team Heretics, because these guys need this win more than anybody else. They are winless at the moment. They haven't even pushed overtime in any of the 3 games that they have played so far. And for this up-and-coming Italian roster, who were first place in the Challenger Series, I think they deserve better than what they've done so far. But I don't think they're going to find much luck against a team at the caliber of Virtus Pro.
They've definitely made it hard for themselves, and Leo spoke regarding that, right? Defensive start, you know, hard map to play on, etc. Team Heretics, they are definitely like the lowest ceiling roster currently in EML, I want to say. You know, they don't have like the crazy fraggers, the Twisted Minds, the aggression. They are definitely more of like rookie players on the up and up, etc. But what they do have is some good pocket strats. So obviously the current Team Heretics team names like Dora, for example, Lolo, Acqui. This is the good old Makers roster. They've been around for a good old time, way back in tier 2, way back in tier 3, representing Italy. And they have incredible strats on Consulate. Because last year, when they were playing under a slightly different roster, slightly different organization, they actually took some names on this map. So if there was one map in particular, I feel like they could cause the upset, low-key, I think it might just be here on Consulate.
Yeah, and look, there's something about the Team Heretics organization. They jumped in for 6 Invitational, picked up the former Project Zero team that won the SI LCQ. Unfortunately, that Team Heretics roster didn't do so well at SI itself, but they had some pretty big wins. I mean, they beat NIP off the top of my head. You know, obviously, since departing from that former Project Zero team, picking up the Giglioletti roster, I think is how they were called in the Challenger Series. And yeah, like you said, a spiritual successor to the Matchco roster is an exciting prospect, especially for fans of Rainbow Six from Italy, a region that has always had a very passionate fan base, but struggled to get a lot of players at the top level. Obviously, we have Robbie on Shifters, and we've got these 5 players here on Heretics, and
no mention of
Am I missing anyone else?
He's gonna ignore Tep. It's fine. No, Tep doesn't exist. It's fine.
Who's Tep playing for these days?
Well, he's not, but he was playing. You know, my point is that
exactly.
Yo, Tep, where are you at? Okay, my bad.
No shade, Tep's way. I was also going to shout out Hybrid, who's coaching this Team Heretics roster. He's been in the scene for such a long time. He actually coached Cyclops for a while in the APAC region. Also coached the old Speakeasy Elevate roster in Asia as well.
That's why name is familiar.
To the Copenhagen Major. Yeah, Hybrid's been around for ages. So a couple of OGs, obviously Lolo, Dora, these guys have been around for a hot minute as well.
Deploying shotgun.
But yes, they have a very tough game ahead of them. I mean, this VP roster, you know, helmed by Dark in the coaching sticks, one of the most anticipated rosters of 2026 in EML.
That is a good Twitch drone value, and I don't like this with Heretics. They put up all of this utility that is vulnerable to a Twitch drone, and then they don't have a single body in the area to shoot the Twitch drone, or any other drone for that matter. So they're giving up so much map control for free that they pick 2 operators trying to deny. I'm not sure if they're a bit scared or unsure. Maybe they thought the attack was going to be CEO, but either way, Util cleared, Goyofire popped, Virtus Pro can go for this execute a lot quicker than they're supposed to be.
Yeah, great progress. What's the intention? Oh my goodness, that's a reload and a half there from the AK of Dan. Takes me by surprise. These guys have got style. But can they bark like how they bite? Zara looks to try and sneak in deep. He's managed to get in, but the damage is done because VP are flooding the side. This means that Zara might have a chance to have a big flank. But I believe Skies is actually watching that flank. Indeed he is, and after whiffing a few shots, Dan will put Zara down. Acqui's the last one standing, 1v5. You can deny one player, but that's not the plan. Pash has gone down. Nyko is still available on the blitz, and VP collapse on the final player of Heretics. storming in the bomb site, as fiery as ever.
I mean, I really like that push right there. It wasn't a matter of let's get the first pick and straight up just hit the plant spot. It was let's get the first kill, restabilize, toss out the smoke grenades, deny the crossfire, wait for the sense wall to go up, and then we go for a plant. They were also kind of waiting for the toxic bait from the smoke being thrown out, trying to see where is the smoke playing from. Because he's tossing the smoke from, you know, long disc or CEO or by the box, that's going to impact the plant location. So instead of just kind of guessing when the plant is safe, they kind of wait for Heretics to show their card, and then they go for a plant that they know is safe, as a matter of fact. So very good patience there. And again, Virtus Pro would have probably gone for that execute regardless of what happened in the round, but they could do it like 30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds quicker than we're supposed to be, due to Heretics giving up so much map control early. Consulate, the reason why we say it's Defender Haven, and the reason why the stats also showcase it, it's actually a very hard map to get inside the building. Kind of like Skyscraper was for the longest time, back when that was in the map pool. So we see pro teams, you know, top 4 defenses, often hard-holding admin offices, playing in break room, copy, coffin, that first layer, and falling back step by step. So I want to see Team Heretics start more fanned out around the building, and then falling back in layers, instead of starting at the end goal, that is the bomb site.
Good chemistry, good synchronicity from VP early on. They're going to have to make sure that they have more of that if they are to continue attacking on Consulate successfully. Rorik actually, oh, he didn't see the Vigil. This is beautiful. The Vigil's ER7 Disruptor actually just avoided himself from being detected. But I feel like Rorik knows about it. He checks it. Perfect. And that is how you don't get baited by a Vigil on the Snake. He had an inkling that something was off, and he made sure to double check. Oh! And now he's about to get swung, though, from Zara. Great aggression from Heretics. They know how to play this well. As soon as they had info that the Snake was getting aggressive, they sent bodies after him, but now Skies is looking for a response. He goes down. Regardless, this is a phenomenal start from the Italians.
Yeah, much more so because they start fanned out, and again, they deny the entries. Look how much harder it is to attack on Consulate when you can't just get in the first room absolutely for free. This time, they don't get admin, they don't get coffin break room, etc., and now they're struggling. Yes, it comes down to gunfights and taking risks here, but it pays off. 5v1, Dan last left alive, hunting for a kill, can't find a single one. Zara locks it in. Flawless round after a very heartbreaking defeat in the first one.
I mean, that is perfect. Exactly what Heretics needed, not just to win a round, but to win a round without even losing the roam game. They fought Virtus Pro, where VP went hunting for them, and they won every single engagement. So incessant. I love the way that they fought the Snake then. People are talking so much about Solid Snake as one of the best operators in the game at the moment, one of the most powerful solo operators. But what happens if you realize you're getting hunted by a Solid Snake? Even if he is to counter your Vigil, you continue fighting him back.
Just like that, it looks like Heretics might have some fight in them. Dora is not I was gonna say an operator. Dora is a player who I quite enjoyed watching last year when he was playing various operators, because when they were playing on Consulate, he was bringing out Thatcher shotgun on the attack, and he was using it almost like a Bok or a Deimos, you know, vertically just taking people down. And I loved watching Dora do that kind of stuff. Dora is one of those kinds of players where he does things that most other people aren't doing. And sometimes it doesn't work out, he looks a bit silly, but sometimes he's a genius. And I just love players who are creative. It's the same reason why I'm so happy to have TK in T1 play now, because Hungry plays that roster, and Hungry is, like Dora, a very creative player who wants to break the norm and do things in his own way.
Some players just have an itch to do something different, not just because it's going to work, but for the sake, for the love of the game. To do something different, and Hungry is a player like that. This round, Dora is trying to continue to take advantage of what happened last round with Virtus Pro finding the roam clear a bit unwieldy and playing that cap can. I really like it. If VP are so tunnel visioned on hunting roamers, they might fall victim to some of those EDDs. But Pash is on for a very perfect flank here up from the dungeon stairs, bottom spiral.
Ooh.
But I think Zara's just answered his phone in time. Doesn't matter because he won't hear Pasha sneaking up behind him. Great opening kill here for VP.
Yeah, back-to-back opening at that. I mean, it goes from Heretics having a lot of map control to having practically none, and also they lose the crossfires. If they chase too quickly after the door here on top floor, they might just find a couple of captain traps. That's the thing. Solidstick shows where the enemy players are, not the utility. And we know there are 5 captain traps here in the top portion of the site by the connector door and by CEO. That could of course become the thing that turns the tide. But for now, even on meeting door here, will Solidstick take the bait? Will he figure it out?
At the moment, he's trying to work the vert, but there's a lot of maps still to take here. Heretics find a kill and then fall back, but Akwi will get traded. He's now on the floor.
Good trade.
He might be able to be found, but no Pasha. It'll cost him his life to confirm that injure. Thank you to Lolo after he drops down on the site. Dora still alive on the top floor on yellow stairs as VP have to figure out how do they isolate these last 2 players. They are playing separated at the moment. But VP don't want us to see top floor control. If they drop down to the bomb site now, all 3 of them, then that means that the retake will be on for Heretics.
I think you gotta get NAQ in the action right now and get the Black Bait information. There it is. He can plant somewhat safely. There is no C4, final toxic bait. He can now wait out these 12 seconds of the gas and then go for plant after. Great pick by Rorik as well. Dora last alive in basement. Now walking up yellow. No C4.
Yeah, and they have the vert cover from Dan. Picture perfect from Virtus Pro to reply after struggling on that initial roam game in the previous round. They got back onto it straight away. It's interesting. Every now and then you see inklings of that old Virtus Pro structure.
Yeah.
But of course, it's a very different team with only 2 players the same and none of the traditional support staff as well. Obviously, Dark leading the team. Brazilian coach who spent quite a bit of his time in the APAC region now. He would be bringing a lot of different ideas, a lot less structured and methodical ideas to VP. And we expect to see them play to a very high level and also have insane fragging capability.
It's always really hard to say, but I genuinely think Dark for this roster as support staff is like the key. I think they need someone that is very strategically sound, who can kind of do the old Empire style of Siege, where it's about perfecting strats and step by step, but also whose new era, which Brazilian coaches, which Dark is, they know new era styles. It's like Split Theory, they basically made the thing, right? Like NIP back in the day kind of helped coin that, WCNM, the FaZe, everybody in that region basically. It does feel like a perfect fit. But when you look at Virtus Pro from the outside in, you look at the 5 player names, right? On the bottom left, you go, is this a good roster? Like, they're good in certain, you know, teams that they speak their local languages. Like, you have some Russian in there, you have some French. How do they mix together? And that was my big question mark. Maybe Virtus Pro in 6 months from now could be an excellent team. But how are they gonna do right off the rip? Well, they've beaten my expectations, that's for damn sure.
I'm trying to remember, of course, the old BDS, now Falcons roster, for a long time were a French-speaking roster. And they made a choice when they picked up users in Solotov to go and switch to English. Do you remember if straight away they had like a decline in performance in changing language? I'm sure it would have been hard for players like Shaiko, Brede, and Leakafact.
So that was the thing. I also thought back then that Falcons would have a decline in performance for that exact same reason. But as far as I remember, they didn't. Or if they did, it was very brief and not that big of a fall off. To the point where it's like, what's happening? But it is very difficult to pull off, for sure.
I have confirmation. So they missed 6 Invitational 2020
barely
in Brazil. They just missed out.
Yeah.
But then immediately they got second at the Manchester Major, which was their first event while speaking English. So it really didn't take BDS Falcons very long to rebound and changing languages. But of course, they only changed 2 players, whereas VP changed 3 players plus support staff. So it is quite different. The only player who spoke English on their prior team was Rorik, funnily enough.
Yeah, he's playing with that GK boys in Tier 2, Hungry and Tagwell and those lads. Dan spoke in English teams many years ago, but of course for the past many, it's been Russian. Yinkindela, a blitz ready for a push, but a flank hit at the same time.
Oh, wow.
That's gonna stop the whole thing.
Beautiful. I mean, that's a great counter to the gridlock. We don't often see impacts used to counter the track stingers. and partnered with a shotgun from the Solus. It's exactly what Akwi needed. He can even cover his own flank, make sure he can't get chased, which means that VP instead look to try and focus up aggressively on the side, but it's very challenging to do so. There's so much util. But amidst the flashes, it seems like they might be able to find what they're looking for. I don't know how Akwi dies to a Trax. That's a very rough mistake to make. And now Heretics are again falling apart.
No ammo!
Reese on the side
Reload!
has fallen.
Kawan hive ready.
Lolo's being
Kawan,
tracked
on
by the
hostile.
Deimos and now revealed by the Grimsbees as well. Dora, if he hasn't been detected, he might be able to have a big impact, but I think they're aware of it. Nako isn't overextending.
Ooh.
VP are playing this perfectly. Oh, great shot from Dan. Reese has got back on his feet. Pasha goes down, 2v3. This shouldn't be winnable here.
Shouldn't be, but he finds the first one. Going fire pop. This could be a 1v1 if Naku doesn't get up, but he's alive. Just barely. So down on the rappel. Naku below on the windows. A very strong post plant on that CO rappel.
Nako's brought out the pistol as well.
They got a nade.
Says it's too risky. You're right, that grenade from Dan will buy at least, what, 4 seconds of this timer? And the Goyo fire detonating has already bought them 20. Good aggression from Reese, but it is covered off by Dan. The nade, that buys him a few seconds. Not a lot of choices now for Lolo. He's going to try and fake it, but Nako can go below and deny the counter defuse with the pistol. It's another great attack from Virtus Pro, and there's no question, they are well in control of this game.
That round, it's one of those times where we can see the player silhouettes. We see so many details. We have no stress in the server, no panic. I have a hard time understanding what the hell is going on. There is no chance that Heretics had a clue what that push is gonna be, because they make the call, guys, I'm flanking yellow with the impact grenade. I'm gonna see what I can find. And when you kill the gun behind the shield operator of Blitz, that push gets stopped. Because the way that shields work in Siege is that, yes, the shield itself is quite good at forcing map control. It's not great at taking a gunfight, especially in a close area with a lot of different defenders in close proximity. You need a gun behind him for Blitz to cause chaos. So they stop pushing. They cannot try and chase the guy going down bottom yellow, but then they rush in bathroom window. Then they try and go CEO. They do so many kind of rotations on the attacking side. We're pushing, we're not pushing, we're pushing, we're not pushing. And Heretics, they were like, do we rush back into them? Do we give them the bomb side? Do we try and hide in the corner and see like Dora was trying? They were playing 3 different games of defense, but Virtus Pro was playing one single attack. They were so synchronized at what the next step was gonna be, whereas Heretics didn't have a clue. There was simply too much chaos in the server.
That style of attack is very hard to master. It comes down to having a lot of good team chemistry, and really that comes down to just pure hours as a team together.
And they're a new
scrims
team.
in, and they're a new team, which is why it's so impressive. They've already managed to master that chaotic play style. And despite losing Dan early on the solid stake, they are going to get very quickly control the ground floor. Of course, the basement is the bomb side. Wow. You look at the way Heretics are trying to fight them on every single inch of the map, but suddenly the advantage flips again, but great power pick from Zara to power over and continue taking the fight to VP. Roic though on the backstab. Oh, that's the switch over to the pistol. Both players do, but Lolo gets the better of him. Skies 1v4, and it looks like Heretics might be able to capture a second round.
Virtus Pro, either they lose slow, or sorry, they win fast, or they lose slow. Because this one's gonna start dragging out a little bit, but it's already over, right? It's a 1v4, mirror window, Goyo fire, Finrir nearsightedness, Solus can scan where the drones are. Surely, this is not gonna be Skies this round. I like what VP did though, right? They were shotgunning open the piano window so Blitz can jump in straight away. And the reasoning for that is there's a small quality of life nerf to shields. They're not really weaker, but it did of course impact them a bit. You can't just vault through a window or a barricade in the most recent patch. So now you gotta melee it twice and then jump through as a shield operator. By your teammate shotgunning it once, you're gonna instantly vault through and still have that quick pace attack as a shield. It's a very small detail, didn't work out, but cool to see.
Just taking away one of those little extra kind of abilities that Shields gained with the rework, which I think is fine.
No, I think they should buff Shields personally. They're a bit weak these days, I think.
Okay, Monty main.
Blitz, Monty, Fuse Shield main, Blackbeard main. All the shields, man.
Oh man, you mained Blackbeard when that was even more shameful.
I had a good
That I
reason
will
for
never
it.
give you.
I didn't know how to play FPS games. It was either playing Blackbeard or retiring before the game even started. It was really either or.
Oh, how many
you go,
consolation frags is this guy's gonna find?
Should not bait him.
Come on, get the vert kill.
Yeah, good effort. Good vision. Drop the hatch. Get the default cam. Take 2 gunfights at once. Can't win either.
Look, I respect the fact that he's playing it to win it. You know, some
is.
people are in a 1v4 and they're, you know, playing it to bait a kill here and there. You know, they're not really try-harding, but I respect that. So nice attempt there from Skies, but no, not to be. Heretics get their second round on the board, but let's cast our minds back to just before the map started, Penguin, when we're talking about how defender-sided console it is. Heretics have only won 2, and they've lost 3, and they have 1 final chance. I don't fancy their chances if they lose this next round to go on and then win the map from a 2-4 deficit on their defense.
Now, usually, I would agree with you, but this is Team Heretics, okay? The former Matchco core, and they were a pop-off constantly kind of team, and they were not popping off in defense teams. I believe that once upon a time last year, they actually won like 4 or 5 attacking rounds, and they were looking dominant in doing so. Can they do it again today? Probably not, but they did do it once before, so there is some hope. Once Thor finds a kill and gets that shot on the attacking side, it's gonna be a wraps for Virtus Pro. Just watch. Just watch.
Damn. That's a stat. I want to go back and I want to know, like, what crazy result do we see on console? Like, what's the most number of attack rounds we've seen in a half on console of Heretics? That's... Man, where's Sprabani when you need him? Sprabuni, however you say his name. Where is Sprabuni when you need him?
Where's the bunny, man?
Bad
Oh,
bunny.
Also, how many Capcom Trap kills have you counted so far?
0.
Yeah, it's one of
The
those
same number
operators.
as how many Dora has full up in the 5 rounds we played.
Okay, that's uncalled for, but I'll take it. Capcom is an operator. We're always talking about like raw value or like passive and active value. Capcom is an operator that doesn't get that much raw value. What I mean by that is that by picking the operator, you usually get 2 pieces of barbed wire. That's your raw value. The Capcom Traps, that's your active. It can get a kill, it can get nothing. You never know. It is one of those everything or nothing kind of operators, and I think when you're up against Virtus Pro, you need a bit more consistency and reliance. I would rather see Melusi, for example, than Capcan, or Ella than Capcan, for the simple reason that you get some guarantee, like, oh, we know that they're not going to push the staircase, because if they do, we'll hear it. The Capcans don't give you that, so you're kind of just hoping that somebody walks into it and misdrones it, but this is Virtus Pro. You know, this is still going to be the core of Empire. They drone those things.
I don't mind it as a 1-round pick, which they did in round
It's the third
3,
time.
right after they, you know, styled on Virtus Pro with the roam game, but I don't think you'd repick it. I'm only really sinking in that we've had the mute band here. Maybe you should be running the Tuber out, try and counter the Deimos, try and counter the... Can you counter 0 with Tuber? Not 0. Solid Snake with 0 with Tuber?
I believe so.
Oh, hello and goodbye. Deimos just jumps straight to the window. It's a pistol kill for him, 1 for Nako as well. Dango's massive, and the round is about to be put to bed. It's just 1 player left for Heretics, and he's been flashed into oblivion. Now he's being tracked by the Deimos and hunted down. A flawless close for Virtus Pro as they dominate on the attack of Consulate.
Flawless in every single matter of the state, right? They even came off the plant, didn't want to risk dying, so they're all playing 5v1. The desk wants to talk about what just happened, so please tell us, what do you think?
I think some Virtus Pro fans will be pinching themselves when they see Virtus Pro win 4 rounds on the attack on the Consulate of all maps. It's incredible stuff. And I think, Jack, when we look at their gameplay in specific and this new ideology of the Virtus Pro roster, the shields are helping them massively on the attacks.
Yeah, it really confirms to me that they made exactly the right decision by going away from their old Russian roster, from the old style, the Virtus Pro that we knew, that we loved, and they've gone to new Virtus Pro. That new Virtus Pro is Nako on the IGLE. On the shields, it gives them a much more fluid attack style. It gives them a lot more pace. It gives them a focal point to set themselves up behind. and it makes them such a devastating team. And we saw it in the first play day. We've seen it the second time that they played, and now we're seeing it again today. And we just keep confirming that actually this really is the right decision, Leo, that they've gone to this new style and they've took this huge risk, but it's working out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at the bans, Heretics knew it was coming. They banned the Mountain, they banned the Blackbird, but Blitz was still up. And so that's why the shield keeps being abused. And if you think about it, when does it matter? Well, there's a shield that creates space, someone needs to punish after that. And I think that the pressure created by the shield on Neko is really helping Dan shine in this roster. We always said that this roster had a lot of firepower. If you look at Dan's statistics right now, he's carrying hard. He's 10-2 right now. And he's looking absolutely incredible thanks to the pressure created by Neko. Because he plays the demos, the Solid Snake, he's gonna be the player that lurks around the bomb site and will punish any kind of movement. And that's how you get him on that scoreline after only 6 rounds.
And we're looking at the difference in stats between these two teams, something you two mentioned earlier. We see the struggles on defense for Heretics, right? We talked about that defensive win rate, 19%. Attack, they seem to be doing a little bit better. But then again, for Virtus Pro, their defensive win rate is also 62%. So it could be very likely that Virtus Pro close out the game here and solidify themselves again towards that top position inside the group. But once again, for Heretics, these might be the very final few rounds they play inside the EML kickoff, and they gotta make sure they are worth it.
Pangu. If Heretics are to lose this game, that's it.
That's it?
It's done.
That's kind of soon, no?
Well, yeah, it is, but they've already played 3 games and they've got no points out of their games. Of course, you only get to play 4 games in the group stage, and the goal is just to not come last. The only universe where Heretics gets out of the group is a big win here and the hopes that Shifters struggle in the next game and don't get any points out of it. Look, there is one universe where Heretics make it through to the playoffs. It's a very slim one, especially staring down a scoreline like that. Is there anything for them to hold on to? Well, Pengu, you mentioned the old Matchka roster with 3 of these Heretics players. They were demons on consulate attack. They need to manifest that now.
Oh, Dora's playing Thatcher. Alert, Dora is on the Thatcher. There's going to be a shotgun here in 10 seconds time. I'm going to tell you, James. The big thing to look out for is Team Heretics are very good at pocket strats and one-off executes, especially on top floor. They utilize operators. He's playing DMR. It's over. It's a new kind of door. I'm over it. They play operators like the Glass, like the Capital, like the Shields, and Thatcher to leverage these kinds of rushes by shutting things down or creating enough chaos in the server. Virtus Pro has already partially countered this by banning Grim and Ying, because Grim gives you all the information during the rush, or a lot of it, and the Ying creates a lot of that chaos from outside the building without taking any risk, just tossing in those Candelas. Now, they're relying on players getting inside the building, which when we spoke about Virtus Pro's attacks, that's a difficult thing to do. But the second we see a Thatcher and 3 people see a rappel and a box below, we don't know what's gonna happen next. You're gonna rappel in the window, you're gonna EMP the C4 midair, you're gonna hold F on your keyboard, and you will either win or lose the round in the next 20 seconds. There is no Goyo, but there is a smoke, and it's a beat booper spread in his pocket. He can bait out the EMP, then toss the C4 or smoke. He tried, but he missed.
Oh, but the idea is here still, and the EMP comes to the Azami. Has to be perfect, and it does! It doesn't matter, the Rorik dies, he's done his job, he's denied the plant, and now look at all these players repelling on the window, trying to prevent this from happening. The Thatcher has been EMP'd again, but the gas is going to force Dora out once again. Thatcher still has 2 EMPs left remaining.
He can't be the planter.
Akwi from down below, he's preventing the vertical play, and he's taken down Pasha. But Naiko as well is so close to just swinging and denying another potential plant. 1 gas remains in pocket. Just maybe there's a chance that he can make it happen! Sprints across at the perfect moment! And Dora is back down on the floor. How on earth did Heretics come back from this?
They're sprinting from the half wall to the window and back and forward. 2 different players. Everybody's full HP on the defensive side. Spare Toxic Babe in pocket. They can use that on that final rappelling. They know Thatcher is dead. They know they cannot stop the Toxic Babe. That means you toss this one out. They're either gonna push deep in the bomb site and you have the gun ready for it, or they jump straight back out the window and have to go again. But now Rias and Deimos with the diffuser is too low on health probably, so things are falling apart. It has to be Akri from below and Buck or Capital to go big in this round.
How do they get into a plant position safely when VP have the situation on lock? Well, maybe Zara finding 2 picks will open the gates. Vertical pressure from Akwi, but he goes down. Sky's 1v2. No util to speak of, but you're right. He can go below, he can deny, and goodbye to Riaz. Sky's now 1v1, and the shotgun is there. He was waiting all along, and VP can take a bow. 1v3 is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Oh man, it's a heartbreaking round for Team Heretics again. When we talk about experience and rosters and having a bit of a lower ceiling, it's these kinds of rounds where it really shows what I mean by that. Playing the 2v1, we all know the defender has 2 options, right? Either you wide swing like we see right here, and you take the gunfight and hope the guy on the window repel misses the shots, or you drop the hatch and connector, which you know was open because Box saw it 50 billion seconds ago, and you spent the entire round in this area of the map. But that's only the 2 versus 1 that they misplay. We gotta talk about all the small things before we got to the 2 versus 1 right here, where the biggest mishap happened. Why is Thatcher the second guy to plant? Monty's the first one, that one I fully get, but the whole point of the strat is that Thatcher can EMP the toxic babes and EMP the C4. And if you're counting things that are blowing up in your face, and Thatcher is counting the things you can visually see on the scanner, you can figure out with quick maths how many smokes have you EMP'd, how many C4s have you burned. And they were missing a toxic babe, they were missing a C4. Why is Thatcher not the guy staying outside on the rappel to EMP the last bit of utility? And I think this is panic. Right, the lack of experience, despite I was gassing up their attacks here, they made some very small mistakes. But there is a significant punishment because VP, they don't falter.
Careful. My radar's picked up a threat nearby.
3 rounds in the lead, and even when Heretics gets so close, VP already have an ace up their sleeve. Akwi now desperate, tries to make his way inside on the solid snake. It's a great op for it. And he might see Skies in a brief moment, but no! He catches one player down below, but doesn't get to finish off the kill. And Rorik will take his head clean off. Dan may well be able to be revived later on down below in Garage. Rorik's gonna fall back now that Skies has fallen. And Heretics take what they can get, which sadly is not much.
Anybody's round. Dan low on health, Dora as well. Sour has been pretty good so far for Heretics in this one. He's got the Dokkaebi duty of just finding kills and taking map spin. He's done exactly that. They're taking lobby, they're taking yellow stairs, they can start working the verticality, but who exactly is the vert player? Hibana is not playing soft breaches, which you can technically do. That's possible. There is no Rambog or Sledge. So right now, you got the upstairs area, but can you actually do enough with this? I don't think so. Oh, that's a teammate, by the way. I thought for a second they were gonna see a team kill. No, they hold their nerve. That's good.
Oh man, who needs Sledge or Buck? We've got a DMR. It'll work for popping that mirror window, but even an open mirror window can be used to try and find angles. VP are just looking to chill on site. They don't need to go too crazy here. Just bide their time, fall back. Eventually, Heretics will have to get inside and look for a plant, and that's when they're most vulnerable.
Now that's an angle. DMR 2-tap.
Oh.
Again, Sarah caught off guard.
Reloading.
And then, despite being low on health, on HP rather, finds a ton of value. A flank upset at the same time from Rorik, gets the injured Dora, wants to greet for it, confirm the kill, and tell his teammates, guys, there's only 2 more left, but he gets bubble instead. 1v4, Blitz last alive. Disaster.
Give it your best shot, Lolo. You're not going to get a better one.
Uh-oh.
Nitro Cell comes up. Ironically, one Nitro Cell destroyed the other one. He doesn't want to run over that Two-Brow Ice. Needs to try and go for kill after kill. Heiko is just tempting fate, teasing him. Lolo is not going to have a chance to find many kills here. Come on, at least he's run outside the ego. Damn. Pasha's running rings around them. Nako's having a laugh. And Team Heretics are now staring down the jaws of a very angry bear. And defeat feels like it's only moments away.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a masterclass on Virtus Pro again. They're not making a ton of mistakes in the server, and a few times they're playing from behind. I mean, they just capitalize on the small mistakes that Team Heretics are making, and then clutching back those exact rounds. Tactical timeout from Team Heretics. They're gonna spend the next 50 seconds discussing how they can lose the next round and just go to bed, because this round is not happening, I think, for them. It has been a complete lockout since side swap. It is a classic case of attack on a consulate. It's just difficult.
Savage from you, Pink. Very savage.
I'm keeping it real, okay? I'm keeping it a buck. No disrespect.
All right, you're keeping it a buck 50 with me?
I mean, all I'm saying is we had a cinema game with D2. They brought the popcorn, and now we're getting a nice little sleeper game for bedtime.
All right. Well, I'm gonna offer you a little bit of cope. So Heretics, first game in EML kickoff,
okay.
7-1 loss to Shifters. Right, that doesn't get much worse than that. Maybe a 7-0. Second game, Fnatic. They won 3 rounds, 7-3 loss. Okay. Third game, G2. You know, the super team. 7-4 loss. So slightly better. Every game they do slightly better. A 7-2 loss here would go against that. They need to make this a 7-5, and the trend continues. Sadly, I do agree with you. It's hard to imagine that happening. I mean, Nako's looking on fire.
Okay, we gotta
Even Skies has no kills now. He was Stoner. I think he was 0-4.
We gotta address this right now. It's NaQ. There is a Q in there. It's not company. It's not co. It is NaQ.
10 seconds left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna make you feel awful. I'm very sorry. But I can't go hard. I can't go hard on Heretics and then let you slide with this mispronunciation.
So I'm getting confused because I'm getting Fresh telling me it's Naqo. Leo, who is actually French, is saying don't listen to him. He's Danish. He has no idea. So.
Okay.
Look,
we're
Leo,
DMs now. We're leaking.
Please tell me how to act. Is it Nako?
Wait, maybe I'm wrong.
It's Nako, right?
I don't know. We'll discuss. How about we all fight on land and we figure it out? We still a bit of rest.
Apparently, I'm correct and you're wrong. So no, everything is normal. Another day in the office.
All right. Well, let's see how Heretics will figure this one out. As I said, I had my expectations. I had high hopes. I gassed them up. They did not show up to what I was hoping they were gonna do and show us. And I feel like they've just shown us that attacking is, again, it's just too troublesome. They got the Brava, they get a good value, the new jammer, the proof of cam as well. They see the bombs that is completely free for the taking, but one guy in lounge. Do they flip the attack now and do something different than rushing yellow skylight with this information? Because they've invested the glass in the Monty together with the solid snake for information to make this upstairs take possible.
Let me just leave this notion on the table. If VP win this and then their game against Shifters, they could well be the only team to go undefeated in the group stage of Kickoff in EML.
Ah.
Now that Falcons have a loss.
Yeah, forgot about that.
Oh, Dan's on for a flank. He's totally going to make this work. 11 kills so far. Oh, Pasha's going to steal the kill from him. Eventually, Riaz will find him and shut down the flank, but Heretics has been bloodied. They lost their glass, and that means that these smokes are nowhere near as deadly as they would be otherwise.
They got the Monty, and they got info from Solid Snake still inside a meeting. We can see that both players in CEO, or at least know that there's somebody ratting upstairs, and they're playing good crossfire. It's actually NaQ baiting inside a connector, with then Rorik and the Ella stuck in the CEO corner. He's gonna swing wide, and it's gonna be a Monty in his face. He can't quite get that kill.
Oh, good flash. Aki's gone big. Double. And one for Riaz as well. It's Pasha in a 1v4 on for a flank. No, thinks better of it. It's time to instead focus up. Try and isolate a one near the bomb site. He might actually find the player as well. I believe that's Dora just outside. And gets him on the floor. Finishes him off too. 1v3. No Nitro Cell. But Lolo is very low HP, so a 1v1 later with the Monty could be achievable. And now he's taken down Riaz. This might just be possible. Aki. Oh, has to land some shots. 1 HP on Lolo of the Monty. Pasha is hungry for it. He believes that this might be possible. An explosion comes out. The plan's starting to go down. He just needs to get the better of Akwi. He does!
Look at this!
Could it be? Oh my God! Pasha aces to win the game and puts Heretics to bed. They are eliminated from EML Kickoff in style.
Oh my days, what a round that was. I mean, VP, they know content, they know ball, and you can never count them out. Oh my, I don't know, man. VP, like, the vibe check immediately, I wasn't sure about it, but honestly, they're the real deal, James.
Woo! Yeah, they really are. Virtus Pro know how to do it in style, and we'll break that all down for you after this.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
What a final game of the day. Virtus Pro quite literally blew us away with the second half first, and then with the insane amount of clutches. And what kind of clutches as well on this defensive half. Incredible performance by them. And once again, we have to give them their flowers, right? This new Virtus Pro roster, we talked about changing IGL, changing the language of this whole team, Jack. But so far, it is working out wonders for them.
Yeah, it really is. They've been playing so well. I think, you know, we covered it at the halftime. The fact that they played behind the shields, the fact that they look like a completely transformed team and a transformed roster. They're playing so well. They're the only undefeated team. They must be flowing with confidence right now.
Yeah, and I think similar to G2, right? Whenever team play or whenever the strategy don't work, you still have incredible individual power. And you have one guy that's able to 1v4 and just ace to win the game, you know? Like, they have everything they need to win.
It's incredible. I think there's one player standing by to kind of hear us sing their praises as we get to speak to Rorik. Congratulations on the victory here. Rorik, I would like to know from you. You have recently made the step up into Tier 1, right? We're doing a bit of a rookie watch. You are the best performing rookie so far. How does that make you feel?
Guys, when I play EML, I feel like I was playing it for 10 years already. Like really, like this Tier 2 scene for 6 years. I don't know. Just nothing new. Just better teams you compete against and better teammates I have. Like incredible teammates. I'm really proud how our like team works together. Our stuff is good, so just feel good.
It's been a long time coming as well, Rorik. I think when we spoke to Packbull at a previous interview, he said that it was your dream to play on the VP roster, as specifically inside of EML. So how are you finding it? How are you finding it with the team?
I mean, when you grind the Siege Tier 2 scene for 6 years and you see incredible players like Danila and Pasha, and it's like basically your idols and you play with them in the same team, they give you some advices, you start playing better. It's super good, guys, feeling. You can't even imagine.
I mean,
Pasha is sitting close right me, insane clutch, beast mode activated.
I mean, you can't really do much better than what you guys are doing because you're the only team right now in EML. Hello, Pasha. We're going to see you, I guess, in the interviews really soon if you guys keep playing like this. Yeah, you're the only team that's undefeated. I mean, that in itself is such a unique fit. Did you guys expect to be performing so well instantly in the short term?
I can't really say anything about it. It just depends what opponent we play and how team mood goes. But I think overall we can like beat everyone right now if you have good game plan or something like this, you know.
Yeah.
Just, need to be confident.
I guess my question is more so that we see you guys only so much, right? We've only seen you guys play 3 games. So it's tough for us because we're in a position where you guys are apparently the most consistent team of our region, but we don't get to see the scrims, we don't get to see all the results. So my question is more so like behind the scenes, do you feel like you can own up to the biggest teams in this league so far? Because we only saw you for 3BO1s.
Yeah, I hope so, guys. I think scrims always not always everything perfect, but I think it's good results, and we are showing it in EML right now. So.
Well, the good thing is that you will definitely seeing you guys back in those best of 3s in the bracket phase. You even have the chance of locking in first inside this group tomorrow with your game against Shifters. That must be a kind of crazy thing to do that in your first stage of EML, right?
Yeah, I mean, guys, we will try. We will try. I hope we will win and be first of the stage, first team top on leaderboard, and then we go playoffs. I think honestly, a best one is like under random format. And I think we should prove to everyone that we are a good team, best team in playoffs. So I can't wait to play.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're saying that. I feel like that's very valid to say as well. We won't be putting any more pressure on your shoulders. Rorik, thank you for your time and best of luck with your last game tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
I thought that was a great interview. It was nice to hear from him as well, to hear about, you know, joining Tier 1, about the fact that it feels for him as if he's been playing this for 6 years already. But the way he's been playing inside this game, it kind of feels like that as well, right? We mentioned how the step up for him was well-deserved and kind of, you know, long-awaited inside Tier 1. But with this roster again, when we look at the highlights and we're going to see these incredible clutches again later on in the round, Leo. You already said, you know, this game-winning moment that we're seeing from Virtus Pro time and time again.
I just want to enjoy watching these guys. I'm not going to speak much about it. Look at this beauty. I mean, it's a perfect lesson as to how not to play a 4v1. I'm gonna say this, by the way, from Heretics. Like, they give him 2 picks individually. Akui is covering the plant in a weird way where he's sending all of his pre-fires and all of his ammo. And then the Monty is going for the plant where, like, in the 2v1, when you have a Monty, realistically, most of the time, you don't want to play the plant. You want to play the 2v1 and abuse the fact you have a shield. On one hand, I'm like, Pasha is perfect. He plays this perfectly. On the other, you can really see that the inexperience on the side of Heretics is showing up. And at the same time, I don't want to say that because, I mean, 3 of the players played a full year in Tier 1. So, I don't know. It was a statement, that's for sure. The firepower is definitely on VP, but wow, what a way to end the quote-unquote the kickoff for Heretics here.
Yeah, I was a real big fan of something that Rorik said in the interview actually there, just quickly on VP and to stay on VP for a second, because again, they've been dominant. I know they've got another game to play tomorrow, but they will be in the upper bracket. They want to be in first place. But one concern, I feel like and it's a weight that's lifted off our shoulders, Leo, in terms of when we get to VP in the map ban phase, is their map pool. Obviously, we'll see them next week playing best of threes. I assume that they're going to have quite a big map pool, and then that's when they're really going to start flexing their muscles. So, you know, going from #1 hater of VP's map pool, maybe to #1 lover of VP's map pool is something I'm quite excited for.
Do you remember the first map we saw from the new VP?
Yep.
Fortress.
Yep.
So I think the map pool is there, personally. That's just my take on it. That's just my take on it.
Yeah, it should be. And I mean, it's they never saw it as a problem themselves either for Virtus Pro. And again, this time around, that is working out for them. I can't wait to see that depth of the roster going into these best of threes. We're quite close to these best of threes, especially with how fast the day has been going. If we take a look at the results from our 4 best of ones for today, it's almost as if these players knew that they still have another match to play tomorrow, that they wanted to get this done fast and get it over with, basically. 7 2s and 7 3s across the board. Very, very dominant matches. And I think that second one, Jack, still speaks to me so much because Secret taking down Falcons in that game that was so big for them mentally, it's good for them, but also kind of exciting the way it shakes up Group B, like, completely.
Yeah, I think so. It's been one of the more dominant days of EML I think I've ever seen. Like you say, majority 7-2s with only a 7-3, and that was Secret beating out Falcons. And you can see here inside of Group B, Falcons still will remain top. They will still get to play for first place up against GK tomorrow, but anybody realistically could be going through in that bracket. Anybody could be going home. Anybody, if you twisted minds, could have already played your final game inside of this group. It's absolutely all to play for.
Yeah, that game between Secret and Rebels really means a lot. I think it's the redemption, really, that Secret is looking at. And I think for Rebels, it's kind of a way to prove everyone that they deserve to be in Tier 1. I think that they really don't want to be that team that confirms that the 2 teams from Challenger Series got grouped instantly in Kickoff. I remember the words for Lems, and I think they still resonate in my mind. We grinded all the way to get here when he spoke about Gike. And I think it would really fit bad if they end up getting grouped. As we see now, the Group A, I think VP in a really good position to make sure they get the first seed. And then G2, I mean, G2's comeback story is feeling really well. I'm just a bit sorry and disappointed about Heretics still, Jack.
Yeah, sorry, disappointed. There's a lot of words that you can use, and there can be excuses that there was 2 rookies that made their debut, but there's also 3 players that were Tier 1 players last year. That is, you know, beyond bad, I think, for Heretics. I think the performance they put out today was nowhere near the standard of a Tier 1 team. Obviously, they're now out of the group. You know, they're out. Kickoff is over for them. Salt Lake City Dreams, Major Dreams are over for them. We'll see them back in Stage 1, but it's going to have to be massively improved, because if not, it's going to be such a miserable viewing experience. And they've got, let me remind you, they're a full Italian team. They've got a full community behind them cheering them on. They need to be putting out something better.
Yeah, especially if you think back about last year's Stage 1, right? That Italian roster, some changes to the players, came a lot closer to making it to their first international event. So this kind of downfall is very unfortunate to see for the Italians, but we focus on the positives here, because inside of Group B, there is still so much to play for, especially when we look at the schedule for tomorrow. Twisted Minds don't play, so they're going to see all these teams around them kind of either step up over them or kind of keep themselves above these teams there. And then we're also not going to see Heretics, as they've already played their final game there. In fact, the first game is going to be a quite curious one. We got the Secret Academy roster, or former Secret Academy roster, playing against our main roster as well as the first game of the day. But that shows, Leo, that in Group B, it is still all to play for.
Yeah, and fate is in their hands because they don't have to wait for the results of the Falcons Giga game. So right now, both of these teams, they have their fate in their hands. They can jump over GK. They can try to make sure they get as many points as possible before GK plays the best team in the group. And then if we look at the other one, Fnatic versus G2 also has a lot of weight because right now Shifters, they could end up 4th. They could end up going into the lower bracket. If G2 demolishes Fnatic and the round differential from Fnatic drops significantly, then Shifters has the opportunity against VP to win convincingly and overtakes Fnatic. So even in Group A, it's a little bit more of a stretch, but there is still things to play for.
I actually looked at it from a different view with that G2 Fnatic game than you did, Leo, because you said about G2 demolishing Fnatic, but let's not forget Fnatic picked up a couple of wins. They were first in the leaderboard going into today. You know, they get a couple of wins and I'm back on the shill again, I will say. But no, like I don't use this term often, but I think that one could be an accidental banger. That game, realistically, you know, G2, Doki said it. They still need some of these individual moments. Fnatic, they have a content round or two in them as well, so I'm excited to watch that game.
I'm just glad we get the accidental banger back here, and I hope so as well, right? Because just one more day of groups, especially with so many spots still up for grabs inside of the top fours with both groups. With Heretics only really being the only team that has made it out so far, there is still so much to be decided on our final day, with just 4 best of ones for the EML. It is Super Week for a reason. We'll see you again here tomorrow for our final day of the EML group stage. However, if you are that big of a Siege fan that you can't go about, 20 hours without Siege, we got you covered. It's okay. It'll be SAL in about an hour from now, a late one for the EML watchers, but at least some action over in the SAL region. They currently hold the world record or the world championship, so must be somewhat of a competent region, I guess you could say. We'll be back again tomorrow with more EML action. Thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful rest of your night.